Oh, okay, finally. Wow, okay, alright, that's cool. Glad I finally decided to check that after I read all that dialogue out loud. Oh yeah, that's right, I'm gonna deposit these over here real quick. Medium, medium. 50 oddments. Cool. What did I buy yesterday? Oh, I remember now. Remember. Horseshit is what I bought. I bought some horseshit yesterday. Oh, you know what? That's honestly too high still. Oh, and a currency pouch. Oh yeah, challenges. Oh, cool, farming. And okay, well, I guess I'm gonna skip engineering because fuck that. That's actually, I think I can just skip it because I do kind of want the engineering XP that comes with it. Damn, did I not plant potatoes? What the hell? Yeah, XP. All right. Take my free ass potato seeds. Could have sworn I planted potato seeds though. Did I do it? Dispatch is ready for you to grow potatoes. Oh. Okay, so what does this thing want me to do? Because I don't think that was it anyways. Check the health of a farming patch. Or gather all produce from an allotment or patch, hot patch, or farm. Alright, so I'm gonna skip the dungeon. Trying to think of where I could go do this at. Kind of high and kind of a dumbass in the first place, so I think I just Oh. Do I not have? I should have this wax in my thing. Or you know, I'm gonna go do the. I'll go do the obstacle course. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna run over here, do that. There's once. I think that may have fixed it. Possibly. Although the stand is apparently broken. A little bit. Damn, that sucks. Well, I suppose that'll do. Actually, I'm gonna face it up like that. Not much of a difference. Still sounds better than the brand new microphone I bought. God, that's upsetting. Like, I don't even know how you can buy a brand new microphone. I looked at the reviews, everything, and said, no, this is the best one. Nah, I got tired of... I don't even know what, but... I was like, I don't want nobody looking at me right now. Alright, time to go see if I have his wax. Oh, what could you? Yeah, bone's choking me to death. Don't know how to get to the current one. Ooh, a medium cash bags. So cool. Oh, hey, I got paper. I see. I do not have this wax. Well, how many teleports do I have then? I must have a lot. No, 232. Because I could have sworn I just bought this wax not too long ago. But seeing them by then, I feel like the fucking potatoes might even just pop up. You know, just from time. It's just been so long. It also plus I'm smoking a blunt. I don't want to, just in case that might affect anything. Oh, it's water potatoes. Come on, hurry up and grow, you pieces of shit. Oh, you know what? Since I got the other two done, I'm just going to go make more planks. Some making planks. God, hopefully I can get these done without using another sawmill. Damn it, I got the mic again. Oh shit. I had to move the microphone again. That stand breaking kind of sucks. Pretty hard. Whoa, bro, you got some exotic? Whoa. Do construction. I'm trying. I'm gonna get all these planks made first. That way I don't have to stop at some point and make more. Exotic. Well, I mean, it depends on who you get it from, where they got it from, how much you paid for it. Yeah, it's like I've never acted like I ain't gotten good weed in Columbus. I've gotten good weed from not red, corn a million times. God, I'd love to find them. I like the most vibrant purple weed, like bright purple I've ever had, came from corn in Columbus. But I've also, I've had like fucking straight pucks from Columbus. And sometimes I'll smoke something here, but oh man, it's kind of tastes like a puck. Oh shit, my flashlight's on. Like a puck. need to hurry up. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it's starting to go away. I was too slow. Oh, fuck. Alright, goddamn, I gotta use another one. Damn, down to 14 nil. God damn it. I'm gonna spend all my money on blanks. Oh yeah. It's like, fuck, what am I doing? Oh my god, I just hit one. Wait a minute. Also, the quality of weed has gone up a lot in Columbus. Well, I mean, same thing here, but you know, because just like stuff's gotten cheaper here. Like, Dad spent like $1,000 to get like, fuck, what did he get? Like, an, oh my god, I think the man only got like a little bit over like an ounce and a half. Spending like his entire savings for some reason that one day. Where it is now, I can get so many ounces for so cheap. But also, when I talk to like Blake and Kelsey and shit and Tony, they're all talking about the good weed they're getting. They're talking to somebody on Facebook who's sending it to them from there. So I mean, people are getting good weed in Columbus now. I ain't had Columbus weed in a couple years. Goddamn, kid distracting me. Almost done. Last one. Last inventory, and I can go start making fucking stuff. What am I doing? Oh. Oh yeah, no, brother, you missed the beginning of my stream. I talked to the guy and I read the thing aloud, but my mic my mic was muted. Oh, actually, do I have protein? Yeah, I got 196 of them bitches. So I guess I'm going to do those first. Oh wait, that's not how this works. That's not how that works either. We'll go see if that thing's working. I mean, ready yet. Because using 2 of those things, that was 10 minutes. You know, at the very least. Ooh, harvest potatoes, yep. Oh yeah, pick up the potatoes. What was that, crab on the floor? No, it's crayfish. Alright. Oh shit.
Can I help you
more
with
free
your
potato
farming?
seeds, is he? Oh, he sure will. Thank you. What a system. Oh, fuck. Does that work? Oh, god damn it. Oh, there they are. God damn, was I struggling. Ooh! Ooh, 2 red cinder cores. Oh! Ignore refresh? Okay. Alright, well. What am I? Oh, yeah. It's Hot Worlds. Wow, there's only. Oh, 211. I was like, what the hell? I was like, damn, 212? It's fucking empty. That's 211. That's the place I was going. I need to quit touching that mic. Damn, look at this party over here. I might not even have to use my portable thing, actually. And if I don't, I won't. See, oh, yeah. Free. I'm gonna put you back for now. I'll put you back. Put you back. Oh. Oh, it's in my bag. I have to put it there. Put that there. Start at that aura. Or anything else? What else do I need to do? I guess just kinda gonna make fuck packs. Dining room. Mahogany. 7,500 XP, okay. Wow, it's taking a lot of bucket bonus XP. I'll have 99 in 1 hour, it says. Yeah, I wish I had an hour's worth of fucking, protein. Okay, hold on, what is that noise? Oh, is my thing alright? Oh, wow. Oh, it stopped me. So I'm gonna put one out, or should I? Ah, put one out. I'm a nice guy. Oh, where's my... Damn it, where'd mine go? Oh, where did I put my portable? Oh, did I? I think I maybe actually put it in there. Oh, wow, there's already one back. Alright, god damn it. Oh, yeah. Although, actually, let me go in here. Settings. Turn this shit down some. Oh, yeah, no, I was gonna say, actually, I'm probably out. Yeah, my sync cores are gone. That was fun while it lasted. Pretty soon, my... Ooh, cool, I got more Christmas paper. Let's make one. Alright, let's toss this back in our bag. Oh, wait, one place. Yeah, I can only make 4. Wow, holy shit. Oh, man. This is gonna take longer than I thought. That's gonna be a lot of running. Well, not even longer, I guess just more running. Okay, I need to move these. I'm done with that fucking switching tabs on me. Mo. Yeah, I think after this guy's runs out, I'm gonna set up one, but I'm putting that bitch up over here. And back again. I'll load it. Oh wait, do I still? Yeah, I still got festive XP, right? A little bit. Oh, what world are you hopping to, Brad? Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm delete this message after it sends, but yeah, nah, Tony's usually full of shit. Can't have that used as evidence against me. Oh, 213. I don't know, for some reason, you guys are over there and he brings it up and you're like, well, Steven said you're full of shit anyways. Look, I got proof. I don't know, man. Oh, damn. Damn, that sucks. I mean, yeah, and I'd like to be, you know, in our home world too, but I need that, what was that, 10%? Yeah, I need that 10%. Oh shit, I'm at bonus XP. Alright, wisdom. Oh, what the fuck? I'm not hugging the armchair. Also, I think he put that in the wrong, so I'm just gonna come over here, back right here. Damn it, he made me waste my planks. Oh, wait, actually, I need. Where'd my thingy go? Actually, since I could only make 4 at a time, I could take some other shit out there with me too. Oh, I should use that. Yeah, I think that's about all I actually need. 6 planks. Isn't that exactly enough to make one? Oh, he already has a thing there. Oh, and he already has a thing there. What the fuck is this ice cube? Maybe I could put something here. Nope, god damn it. God damn son of a bitch. Wow, that is actually kind of like the opposite of what I wanted. You know what? Fuck it. That'll do. Yeah, that was enough to make one whole thing. Not 6 hours. Yep, that's actually much better. Damn, that sucks. I could only make 4 at a time. I can't even stop to play Pokemon or something. Oh, what the fuck? What am I doing? Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, wait, no, I didn't need planks. Oh, yeah, no, it's going to be the nicest. And then I'm about to go get a bunch more wood and other shit. Hopefully I have money left over. Because, yeah, no, I'm going to go check out my house. Do whatever it is that I can't do yet. And even doing it like this at what's essentially on a not quite a normal rate, but at the rate that goes down normally, it's pretty fucking slow. How much am I actually doing? So 480. Oh. Alright, so 816. Oh, no, actually, okay, it's taking a good chunk out of it. It just seems that way because it's only making 4 at a time. Just leaving. Yeah, fuck it. What? Yeah, fuck it. Portable workbench. I'm probably going to need 10. Oh yeah, because only 5 minutes a piece, if anything. I don't have enough. Well, no, because I guess I do have like 6 of the huge ones. That should be giving me quite a few. I haven't used them yet. Oh yeah, at that point, fuck it, I'll start selling dragon bones again. No. Not thought about it though. Oh, what the? Oh, cool, good. 4 anyway. Hey, 95. That's 1 more closer. Nice. Oh, yeah, I'm still getting a mil per hour. Oh, what the fuck did I just do? Oh my god, I clicked on the tinsel. Son of a bitch. Nice. Hey, brother, yeah, I'll even throw you some. I can throw you some dough for that. It's not tinsel, fucking. Trimming challenger armor. Oh, what? Is that guy stealing armor? Bro, there's someone offering to trim challenger armor. Is this man over here scamming, or is that a thing? Damn, was that mine? You know what? I'm glad that's gone. I'm gonna go grab a bowl of ice cream. Alright. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Huh. Not lying. $870. Damn. Oh, so what the hell is it leaving or not? Damn, I want to go cut more trees. Damn, that ice cream is making me cold as hell. $777 left. Man, these things are going quick. Oh, where are you at? Are you near me? Oh. Fuck, where'd it go? Cinder cores that are too fast. Oh, I didn't ask or done anything yet. don't know what the price that would be for fucking logs, dog. Ooh, back to 900. Holy shit. Ah, thank you, brother. Grab those, grab these. Let's go. Whoa. Ooh. Did I just get the advanced pulse core? That was mine? Oh, clean. What the fuck? Oh, okay, there it is. And a medium star. Bam. Also, you know what? Wait, oh no, it's not. I thought that was another trade. Where? I forgot to open my keys. Okay, well at least I got 1 times 4 because that all sucks. Oh, it's 4 small cash bags. And 1. Oh, cool, I got some 10-inch wrapping paper. Okay. 75 hide, okay. 3 more combat training dummies. And 20 silverhawk feathers. Damn. I now have enough for a key. I only have enough for another pulse core. Yeah, get that shit out of my face. I bet that was on purpose. You want to buy some keys? That stupid piece of shit. Fucking. Oh yeah, wait. Those with those and these. A small star into construction. All right. Oh shit. Oh, what the hell? What the fuck is wrong with me? Forgot to hit the goddamn button. Oh wow, holy shit. Oh, that's enough of that nonsense. Back to construction. Four more flat packs. Oh wow, that was kind of far away. Fuck it. guess that's not too far of a run still. But... Oh, it must be out. Yep, they're gone. Oh man, 665 left. God damn it, I just wanted to put on a jacket or something. Can I disassemble that? For how? Oh, 3 XP. Okay, no, that's... Never mind. Oh, fuck, armchair? What the figgity fucking shit? Why is it making me an armchair? Oh, man. God, I wish I would have known about these portable things from the beginning. It would have made this so much nicer. Such a shorter grind. I think. 10% shorter or some shit. Ooh, look at that fancy bastard. It's fancy ass cape. Holy crap. Hey, actually, the altar's gone. The altar's gone. The altar's gone. Fuck it. I'm just gonna put a new one down. Hey. Fuck. There we go. Put it down for some. Put something there. This will do. Wait, can I not move it? Huh? Never mind, I guess I'll keep doing it there. Yeah. Huh? Hey.
Hey, you happen to have like 2 cigars I could buy? I got like $5.
Two, three. What, you got like a $5 bill?
Yeah.
I suppose. Oh no, my XP per hour is making it drop, son of a bitch. $70. $75. cat. Which one is that? Felix. A Paulson. Okay, so Felix. Oh. Oh my god, that thing actually looks terrifying. Why does he look like that? Oh no. He reminds me of the cat from Scary Movie 2. When Cindy shits in his litter box and he fucking beats the shit out of her. That's what that monster looks like. Oh, look at that. He's already got the good position. Burning herbs. Herb burner. Wait, what does that do? What does that do? Oh, actually, oh, hold on. Does that do my herb lore? Oh, fuck, I'm good. 99. 99. Oh, shit. Okay. I don't know about making potions, but I might have to give me a portable herb burner. I'm gonna let it do its thing. Where's my herb lore? Man, my thing's all out of whack. That's better. Now I know where all my fucking stuff is again. I forgot how I had it set up. Oh, you run out of herbs. It's a-okay with me. I was doing construction anyways. Oh, we'll get more wrapping paper. Oh shit, click too early. Oh, is that giving me wood burning XP as well? Oh, I mean, I guess that makes sense, kinda. Whoa. Oh, I have no idea. There's too many things here. Oh, I wish that was my Morty. Oh, look at him. I take him everywhere with me. Although, you know, actually, about to whip out my new one. God damn, man. This game put me to sleep, I swear to God. I was over here doing this, I can feel myself getting drowsy. Maybe I'm dying. Oh man, I'm running so low on planks. That's like 67,000. Let's see how many I get off of this one. It's time to go prepare to trading sticks. Do I have any? Huh, I absolutely do not. Oh, actually, I think it's going to teleport me straight to the Grand Exchange. Let's put some of my wrapping paper in my inventory. Bam. Yeah, how does this work? Curious. I was going to save it up, but... One white, 5. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm just going to save them up. Oh shit. That's pretty cool. And the white one. Hey, I like augments. And the purple. Okay. That's neat. Turkey drumstick and orange. Mulled wine. Those in my element store. Oh, right. Cool. Oh shit, I need that. Well, I don't need that, but... Oh, right. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot I was supposed to be buying trading sticks. And it's back. And I'm just going 300 because I know I need 200, and it's going to be for when I need to make another trip. Hey, I saved 6k. Gimme. Alright, let's put those with those. Almost got 1,500. How many charges do I have? Nice, 125. Figured I'd be running low. Oh, yeah. Actually, since I'm just going to be cutting wood. Oh, pineapple. Oh. Oh shit. And we shouldn't have that. You know what? Actually, I'm going to swap worlds. Wow, alright, get used to that sound. God, look the way my pet's just hanging out outside waiting for me. He said no pets allowed. Mm. Okay, I know it's a little timer noise. That's pretty funny. My mic got muted again. That fucking sucks. Not muted, but I think I bumped the microphone and it turned off. Probably for the best though, so no one heard me yelling at a fucking fairy to come, please come towards me. Oh. Oh, the divine emperor. No. Why? Oh, what the hell? This guy come here to chop my tree. What the fuck? You better chop your own tree. Ah! Oh wow, that was loud. Holy shit. Hey, 73. I'm gonna quit looking at the background, but I'm tired of seeing them things. I can't get. Cause I'm locked behind a goddamn trading stick wall. Kind of funny. No, that chest that we opened, the one that could have given us, 50 or what? Yeah, was it 50 mil? Instead gave me a bug to torture. But no, I carry the bullet with me, brother. I'm not evil. Oh shit, yep, my thing is gone. I forgot about not forgot that, but I was waiting on my thing to disappear. Oh yeah, actually I enjoy doing this because I'm not doing it for the woodcutting XP. That could be over there, or what I'm saying, like it could be there, it could not be there. It doesn't really matter to me. I just need mahogany for my construction, so I'm not paying attention. So it feels like I'm going up levels faster because I'm not fucking watching it or really even looking at it ever, except for when it pops up and says level up. So oh hey, look at that, another one. So that's pretty fucking nice. Whoa, 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 whoa. We'll just fill this shit. Holy shit. 67 agility. Hell yeah. Man, I swear to God, Creeps McPasta is just doing re-uploads. I've heard this. If you see this... Oh, although, no, I think it was, if you see this man on this side of the road, don't offer him a ride. This son of a bitch. Man, there ain't shit good to watch. Yeah, I know. Also, yeah, I wonder if anyone would even buy that though. It's fucking aura dye. Or aurora dye or something. Okay, perfect.
Said that it's too gigantic to build and rather looks like something out of a science fiction movie. But now that construction has actually begun, how will this turn out? Could this be the beginning of the world's greatest mega project ever? Or will the line become a $1 trillion construction mistake that will eventually be abandoned? Let's find out. The exact plan of the line was unveiled by Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, in July 2022, and we already covered it in our first video about the line. He proposed two parallel 500-meter tall skyscrapers made of reflective glass, which are supposed to span 170 kilometers through the desert.
That
This
just sounds
would be
wild.
equivalent to two lines consisting of 2,000 One World Trade Centers each. The line is not just the biggest mega project ever proposed, it's a new way of living. There
Oh, okay. I mean, that's also pretty cool, but I'd rather have money.
Or will the line become a $1 trillion construction mistake that will eventually be abandoned? Let's find out.
Of course it
The
will.
exact
No
plan
fucking
of the
way.
line was unveiled by Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, in July 2022, and we already covered it in our first video about the line. He proposed two parallel 500-meter tall skyscrapers made of reflective glass, which are supposed to span 170 kilometers through the desert. This would be equivalent to two lines consisting
But why are they
of
mirrors? It's gonna
2,000
fucking
One
melt
World Trade
everything.
Centers
Good.
each.
Googly moogly.
The line is not just the biggest mega project ever proposed, it's a new way of living. There would be no cars inside the city, and everything you need would be within a 5-minute walk. All of the energy would be produced through wind and solar farms, and in addition, any water used will come from a carbon-free desalination plant. All of this would make the line a zero-carbon city. The proposal caused a mixture of shock, awe, and suspicion, and while the trailers were watched millions of times on YouTube and other platforms, there was hardly any information on what was really happening on the construction site. Therefore, almost everyone believed that the line was just a publicity stunt to gain attention. But then, around 3 months after the presentation of Mohammed bin Salman, things took a surprising turn. Construction began. On the 19th of October 2022, drone footage of the construction site was revealed by OT Sky. The video shows dozens of excavators digging trenches along the desert, which will form the foundation of the line. The the excavation already leads very far inland. It's hard to say how far exactly it goes, but they could be close to the mountains in the background. According to the official map on Neom's website, the line starts at this bay and cuts through these mountains. Because of the terrain and since the sea is visible in the background, the footage was probably taken somewhere here. So the excavations might already be 10 to 20 kilometers long. On top of that, more infrastructure is being built around the whole project. On Google Maps, there are multiple developments visible. There is a whole site with offices and camps close to the mountains.
What that was about?
A community with a football field and swimming pools, and a Neom Experience Center. Since these images aren't up to date, there are probably a lot more by now. So, now that construction has really started, how could this turn out? There's nothing comparable to this in the whole world, so we can only speculate what will happen next, but we can say that there are basically 3 possible outcomes. The first possibility is that construction on the line will come to a halt in a few months or even years without any people moving in. Similar to the Jeddah Tower or the Dubai Creek Tower, it could turn into a project where its construction status remains unclear. In both cases, stunning renderings were shown and great promises were made. Construction was started and it looked like the buildings would actually be finished, but then everything came to a halt and no progress has been made since. However, this seems to be a less likely outcome for the line, since it is backed by an entire country and received massive attention from the whole world. Getting the project even close to completion could be a great opportunity to bring more tourists and investors to Saudi Arabia. The second scenario is that Saudi Arabia heavily invests in their current plans, and that over the next decades, the country really achieves what it promised in its trailers. Implementing certain features could definitely be possible, like having no cars, generating 100% renewable energy, and implementing the idea of vertical living. However, when it comes to the sheer size of the project, it just seems to be undoable. We mentioned earlier that the line is supposed to have a similar height as the One World Trade Center, which took around 8 years to complete. While that's still a reasonable time frame, Saudi Arabia wants to build a structure of similar height.
Oh yeah, and those are gonna be the buy. In the comments, people are like, "Yeah, they're buying them for like $5 bill or $3 bill or some shit." I was like, "God damn!"
170 kilometers in length. That would essentially be like building a Saudi Arabia wants to build a structure of similar height.
Oh yeah, those are gonna be the buy. In the comments, people are like, "Yeah, they're buying them for like $5 bill or $3 bill or some shit." I was like, "God damn!"
170 kilometers in length. That would essentially be like building a... Or will the line become a $1 trillion construction mistake? Building 4,000 of them, simply multiplied by 8 years each. We mentioned earlier that the likely outcome for the line, since it is backed by an entire country and received massive attention from the whole world. Getting the project even close to completion could be a great opportunity to bring more tourists and investors to Saudi Arabia. The second scenario is that Saudi Arabia heavily invests in their current plans, and that over the next decades, the country really achieves what it promised in its trailers. Implementing certain features could definitely be possible, like having no cars, generating 100% renewable energy, and implementing the idea of vertical living. However, when it comes to the sheer size of the project, it just seems to be undoable. We mentioned earlier that the line is supposed to have a similar height as the One World Trade Center, which took around 8 years to complete. While that's still a reasonable time frame, Saudi Arabia wants to build a structure of similar height, but 170 kilometers in length. That would essentially be like building a continuous strip of 2,000 One World Trade Centers. And since the project contains 2 of these lines, it would actually be like building 4,000 of them. Simply multiplied by 8 years each, we would end up at 32,000 years. Of course, Saudi Arabia would build them much faster since they could start working on multiple parts at once, but it illustrates the scale quite well. Essentially, it would be a task for centuries. To give you another idea, around 40,000 workers constructed the Three Gorges Dam in China, and it took them 17 years. But with a height of just 180 meters and a length of nearly 2.5 option. Like many of you in the comments of our last video already said, Saudi Arabia could build it, but not at the insane lengths they envisioned. The line is built as 5-minute walk segments, so they could essentially build the whole mega project bit by bit. Depending on the demand, they could simply extend the length when needed. In addition, the height of the line could be adjusted, making the project much more realistic and easier to build. With half of the height, the whole concept of vertical living remains the same, and all of the features could still be implemented. Even if the line is built at a much smaller scale, it could be the world's first modern car-free city and open the world up to an entirely different way of living. Across the world, there are multiple initiatives to make cities more car-free. However, these have been limited to reducing car usage rather than removing cars completely. Most major cities are centered around the car, so trying to change this is incredibly complicated. With the line, they get to start again from scratch. It could be the first larger city in the 21st century where the number of car journeys reaches zero. All of a community's basic amenities are intended to be within a walkable distance. And if not, a proposed underground railway system can be used for longer journeys throughout the line. When the first people start moving in by 2030, they could be living in the proposed high-tech society, but on a much smaller scale. So, which of these outcomes is the most likely? What are experts saying about this insane project? It's a project that not many experts will agree is feasible, particularly under the extremely tight timeline. Anthony Beeves, Chief Urban Planning Officer at NEOM, told CNBC, "I want to be clear about this. NEOM is a complex, bold, and highly ambitious undertaking, and is most certainly not an easy one to deliver. But we are making strong progress, and it's exciting to see the vision come to life." On the other hand, a lot of experts not involved in the project are mentioning other concerns. Marshall Brown, professor of architecture at Princeton University, told Dezeen, "There would be so many physical and environmental phenomena that would have to be dealt with to achieve this incredibly minimal and singular character that the renderings propose." So, what do you think? Now that construction has started, will this project succeed in some way? Will people actually live there in the future? Or will this project turn into an abandoned mega project? Let us know in the comments below. Thank you for watching and supporting our video.
Huh. Neat. Only 11 minutes left.
the best movie musical of all time. Singing in the Rain, trash. The Wizard of Oz, boring. West Side Story, no way. The best movie musical of all time, and I'm being 100% serious here, is South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. Of course, a close second is Cannibal the Musical, but that's for another video. Not only is the South Park movie one of the greatest movie musicals of all time, it is in my opinion in the top 5 of anything Matt Stone and Trey Parker have ever made. Now, I know these are some bold claims, but I mean it when I say this movie is incredible. Not only is the music for the movie surprisingly well crafted and at times downright jaw-dropping, this movie single-handedly changed cinema forever. My sole objective with this video is to prove to you that you need to go watch this movie, because despite being released over 20 years ago at this point, its relevance has only increased in that time. The genius of the satire and meta-commentary has aged absolutely flawlessly, creating a movie that will go down as an absolutely timeless piece of media. So, with the intro out of the way, let's get into it. The South Park movie is still a masterpiece. So there is a scene in this movie in which Kyle is hacking into the mainframe, and because he's so smart, I'm sure that he used today's sponsor, Atlas VPN. Atlas VPN is a tool that can encrypt and hide your virtual location. It acts as an encryption tool so that any data coming from your device cannot be intercepted by hackers, the government, or internet service providers. All you need is one subscription. These items will be displayed to Atlas VPN for to understand what went into making it from Matt Stone and Trey Parker. The production of this movie was truly a living hell for them. And no, I don't mean have a good time with Satan at a luau hell. I mean consistently fighting censorship from the MPAA in order to prevent the movie from being rated NC-17 hell. You may be asking, what is the MPAA? Well, MPAA stands for the Motion Pictures Association of America, and they are the governing body of the movie industry. They're the ones that give movies ratings based on their content and are the reason that you had to sneak into that R-rated movie you really wanted to see as a kid. Due to their conflicts with the MPAA, much of this movie acts as a statement against them. In a move that shocked absolutely no one, the MPAA were not too happy about a lot of the content in Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. To fulfill their deal with Paramount, the movie needed to have an R rating. You may not know that an R rating is actually not the highest rating you can give from the MPAA. They can also give movies an NC-17 rating. Well, when the first cut of the movie was slapped with an NC-17 rating, Matt and Trey took this as a sort of challenge. The MPAA gave them a list of things that they didn't like, and while they did change some of the things they suggested, each time they did, they would add something else that was equally or even more profane than the previous thing. This marked the start of a war between the creators and the MPAA. Every time a new cut of the movie was screened, it would receive an NC-17 rating, and each time Matt and Trey would change the things they pointed out but add something even worse. It went back and forth like this 5 times, with the movie receiving an NC-17 rating each time. It wouldn't be until the 6th cut of the movie that they would finally receive that R rating. I can't show it here due to the content, but there is a copy of one of the memos Matt Stone sent to the MPAA after their movie was rejected for a second time, and it is quite possibly one of the funniest formal exchanges I have ever read. I'll link it in the description for you guys to read. Despite receiving their R rating, this wasn't the end of their problems with the MPAA, as there was an issue with the title of the movie. The original name for the movie was South Park All Hell Breaks Loose. The MPAA would not accept this name, as they claimed that they would not allow the word hell to be in the title of movies. Despite the fact that previous movies had been approved with the word in their title, Matt and Trey decided not to fight it and changed the name of the movie. In another act of defiance, the movie was named South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. This was obviously meant as a double entendre, and I'm sure all of you can pick up on what else can be described using those specific adjectives. Despite the somewhat obvious undertones, the MPAA did not pick up on the joke and approve the title for the movie. They would later realize what the name actually meant, but at that point it was too late for it to be changed. Now, I have to note that the MPAA denies this claim, stating that the original name was never submitted, but Matt and Trey themselves have claimed the opposite, so I'll let you choose who you want to believe. During production of the movie, they also learned that at the time the MPAA had a policy on swearing in movies, making it mandatory for a movie to be rated NC-17 if it has 400 or more swear words. So of course, the movie contained exactly 399 uses of swear words. Eventually, the movie was released to theaters, where it grossed $83.1 million and broke the record for the highest grossing R-rated animated film. It held this record until 2016, where it was surpassed by the far superior Sausage Party. Immediately after the release of the film, the president of the MPAA made a statement expressing his regret in not giving the movie an NC-17 rating. Now, we're pretty far into the video already, and I haven't even talked about the movie itself and what makes it so good. But I promise all of this was important, as you will begin to see right about now. First thing I need to mention is that the music in this movie is truly incredible. Every song is hilarious and incredibly well crafted to an extent that would be shocking if I weren't aware of Matt and Trey's critically acclaimed musical, Mormon, that won 9 Tony Awards. So yes, they know how to make a musical. The film begins with the song Mountain Town, likely immediately confusing all of the fans of South Park watching the movie, as the movie was never advertised to be any kind of musical. The song contains no swearing and is a wholesome look at the town through the eyes of a child, Stan, discussing what a beautiful day it is in their quiet mountain town. Stan begins to round up the rest of the boys to see the Terrence and Phillip movie that was just released. This opening sequence is absolutely genius, as the wholesome nature of the track sets the tone for this movie to be some kind of whimsical musical. At this point, I picture a theater full of clueless parents breathing a sigh of relief, thinking that maybe this movie my kid begged me to take them to won't be all that bad. When the boys arrive to the theater, they learn that the Terrence and Phillip movie has been rated R by the MPAA, so they have to pay a homeless man to buy their tickets. Quick note, Terrence and Phillip are used in South Park as a parody of South Park itself. Basically, the show represents how people who don't like South Park view the show. Nothing but fart jokes and profanity. So wait, they have already referenced the MPAA rating this movie R, a movie about a show that is a parody of South Park. Oh, I see where this is going. As soon as the movie begins, any of the wholesome energy from the opening act is immediately crushed into tiny little bits, as Terrence and Phillip break out into the most vulgar song in the entire movie. So vulgar that I can't even say the name of it in this video for fear of being demonetized. The people in the theater quickly begin leaving, discussing how the movie is vulgar garbage.
What's garbage? Well, what do you expect? They're Canadian.
Based on anecdotes by people who saw this movie in theaters, real life mirrored this scene incredibly well, as the musical number caused all of those parents I mentioned
Where the fuck are the
earlier
goddamn
to
things? What
immediately
the hell?
leave with their children. In case you haven't figured it out yet, this movie is about this movie. That may sound a bit confusing, but you'll understand by the end. After all of the kids in the 4th grade watch the movie, they begin to swear and curse just like in the movie. When the parents find out, Kyle's mom immediately begins to blame the movie for their dirty language. The kids are sent to Mr. Mackey in an attempt to prevent them from swearing. They perform the song It's Easy K, where Mr. Mackey provides them with plenty of replacement words for the swear words they've been using. To celebrate, they go see the movie again, and Kenny dies attempting to recreate a stunt from the movie. This becomes a national news story, and the parents all become outraged at the influence this movie has had on their children. The parents are questioning who is to blame for all of this, and Kyle's mom provides an answer in the form of a musical number. Blame Canada. This is easily one of the best songs from the movie, blaming the nation of Canada as a whole for their children's actions, since Terrence and Phillip are Canadian. This song perfectly embodies one of the central themes of this movie. If parents would put the same amount of effort into being aware of what their kids are watching and teaching them what is right and wrong, as they did into trying to get these things banned and censored, this wouldn't be an issue. This whole theme is even more relevant today with the age of the internet and parents handing their kids iPads when they don't want to actually be a parent. It's not the fault of whatever content the child is consuming, it's the fault of the parents. The song concludes with a fitting ending. I would play it here, but it would get copyrighted, so I'll just read the lyrics. The smut we must stop, the trash we must smash, the laughter and fun must all be undone. We must blame them and cause a fuss before someone thinks of blaming us. Truly the only self-aware moment the parents have in the entire movie. This song was so well made, it was even nominated for an Oscar. These themes continue as Kyle's mom is so dedicated to stopping Canada, she leads the country as the new Secretary of Defense into a war against Canada, all while completely ignoring her actual son, the one that she is supposedly fighting for.
Oh my god, I don't like... Oh wow, it still doesn't fucking click on the tree, what in the hell is this?
Unfold between Satan and Saddam Hussein. Saddam is incredibly manipulative towards Satan, essentially using him for his body and trying to become the ruler of Earth when Satan rises to take over. Satan is portrayed as a vulnerable, emotional character who simply wants to be free from the confines of hell. I'm sure I don't have to point out the hilarious irony in Satan being a kind and caring individual, but this is taken to the next level when Satan sings Up There, a song that is essentially a Disney princess song lamenting his desire to be free up on Earth. To add to the irony, it is also the only other song in the movie besides Mountain Town to contain absolutely no swearing. Honestly, genius. Throughout the movie, Kenny is the only one that Satan can talk to, as he provides Satan with lots of advice about how he should leave Saddam and live his life how he wants. A little fun fact about this movie, when Saddam Hussein was captured in real life, the US military reportedly showed him this movie several different times, and apparently he was a fan of it. So much so that Matt and Trey claimed they received a copy of the movie that was signed by Saddam Hussein from the US military. That is just absolutely insane. Back up on Earth, Terrence and Philip are being held as war criminals anticipating an execution. About halfway through the movie, it becomes a full-blown Les Miserables parody, with the boys forming La Resistance, a resistance group with the goal of busting Terrence and Philip out. This gives us what is undoubtedly the best musical number in the entire movie, as Gregory leads the team in a song reminding them of what they're fighting for, declaring that though they may die, La Resistance lives on. As the song continues, several previous songs begin to get woven in, showing the perspective from each side of this upcoming battle, all of which are declaring that tomorrow night is the night everything will be settled. The song becomes a medley of several of the previous songs, consistently building to an epic crescendo by the end. The style of this song is basically a direct parody of One Day More from Les Mis, though it is done so well that it feels more like an homage to the musical itself. I really wish I could play part of it for you guys, but it will get copyrighted, so you'll have to go listen to it yourself. This is without question my favorite song and moment in the movie, and nothing else even comes close. After recruiting the mole to help them break into Terrence and Philip's execution, tomorrow night comes, and the plan is set into action. The attempt to retrieve Terrence and Philip doesn't go to plan, and as it's happening, the Canadians suddenly attack. The result is a bloody and gruesome war, one that is so violent I can't show much of it on YouTube. This is all done to further point out the absurdity and hypocrisy of the censorship from the MPAA. While creating this movie, they received tons of notes from the MPAA about what they weren't allowed to show or say, but there were never any notes about the gruesome violence that takes place during this battle. Sheila says it best in her opening for the execution.
Just remember what the MPAA says. Horrific, deplorable violence is okay, as long as people don't say any naughty words.
This war is both literally and metaphorically a war against censorship, a fight for free speech. It's South Park versus the MPAA and anyone attempting to censor them. This all comes to a head when Satan and Saddam rise from hell to take over. One thing I forgot to mention earlier is that Cartman was implanted with a V-chip, which shocks him whenever he swears to prevent him from swearing. After he was electrocuted trying to break out Terrence and Philip, it begins malfunctioning and sending out bolts of electricity when he swears. He realizes what this means, and in a last-ditch effort to stop Satan and Saddam, he basically goes Super Saiyan and charges up a massive blast by saying every swear word imaginable and topping it off with the worst of them all. He stuns Saddam enough for Satan to turn on him and finally break up with him. So, in an incredibly ironic turn of events, the day was saved by swearing. This scene in itself is kind of a metaphor for the entire movie. The movie is so needlessly vulgar and vile, not just because it's funny, but as a statement against censorship. The entire purpose of this movie is to be a massive, beautifully constructed, record-breaking middle finger to anyone and everyone that thinks they can censor them. Now, I haven't discussed the actual ending of the movie because, though I'm sure most people know it, I still don't want to spoil it because it really is one of the most iconic scenes in South Park history, and because I really want you to go watch this movie. There are still a ton of hilarious and awesome aspects of the movie I didn't even mention, including several iconic songs, Stan's quest to win a...
Oh, the thing where he's a chef? Yeah, I've seen that. Oh yeah, I mean it's pretty good. I mean, have you finished it? He's basically playing Lip for real. No, actually, I haven't seen that though.
Coinciding with the explosion of Vince McMahon's vision for wrestling as larger than life cartoon sports entertainment.
When you leave a Damascus blade in acid for over 2.5 years. It was only supposed to be 1 week, but life happened and we forgot about it, so now we're finally going to see what happened. So let's take a trip back in time to February 14th, 2020. I need some Damascus for this test, so I'm going to use an old blade laying around. This blade was supposed to be my first ever knife as a journeyman, but I messed up on one of the forge welds and had to completely scrap it. I think it'll work great for this test, so I break it into 3 pieces and grind the outside clean so we can see how it etches. This is the reason I had to originally scrap this blade, because there's a forge weld right here that didn't take. So after that, I did some weird experiments with water hardening and everything and really messed this blade up. We're gonna get our solutions ready for the different blades. We've got Nescafe Dark Roast, and I'm gonna mix that up the same way that I do when I coffee darken my blades, with a little bit of water. We've got our ferric chloride. I'm going to mix that up the same way I etch my blades. Then we've got our muriatic acid, and that one I'm going to use straight, and it's just for fun. Coffee break.
Oh, I can smell it from over here.
Coffee concentrate. Extreme 1000. Nescafe, sign us up. We'll sell this stuff for you. But we probably won't recommend people drinking it, so I don't know how that'll work. I'm gonna mix this up, get this coffee dissolved into the water. Now we'll dump the ferric chloride in here. I don't want to pour.
Oh, holy shit. Wow, that's incredibly sad, Katie. I don't even know what to say. That sucks super bad. Yeah, that's pretty fucking wild, Kitty. I'm sorry. Yeah, it sounds like it is getting bad.
Think, hey, what if we were to hang out? But not in a Discord call, in real life. 2 years later, this ragtag group of antisocial musicians would become significant enough to host their own concert, with hundreds announcing online that they would be traveling to attend the event. Fringe e-celebrities promised to make appearances, drawing in their own audiences. But things didn't go entirely as planned.
Oh my
Political
god,
activists rallied their followers, the police were called to the scene, and attendees
I
had their
did
doxes
that.
posted on Twitter.
Why is that
as
teleporting
retribution
me?
for attending.
What the
This is the
figgy
story
fucking
of
shit.
Virgin Fest 2021.
I just wanted to withdraw it from my currency pouch.
Virgin Fest was announced early in the summer, with a specific date picked out in advance for the event, September 11th. It was to be held at a tattoo shop in Atlanta, Georgia. Tickets were going to be sold at the door, priced at $5 each for attendees. Headlining the event was, of course, Negative XP, alongside other associated acts from his collective. The initial lineup advertised performances from Hard Christ, Hot Leather, Eggy or Egg White, and Soda Boy 64. These names may not mean much to someone outside of the community, but to those familiar with the scene, this was an important event. All of these people have small but loyal followings, with their fans feeling that their music touches on subject material many artists would rather ignore. Add the fact that they weren't going to shy away from making jokes about controversial subjects, and it's no surprise why they managed to garner such loyal fan bases. And at Virgin Fest, all of these big names would be meeting in person for the first time to do live performances for their fans. Negative XP, who is known for his contradictory statements on Twitter, claimed to be unaware of what Virgin Fest was, despite being listed as the main act, and even accused them of using his name without permission for advertising. Needless to say, he
Damn. Yeah, that's all. That's a lot, but also I don't think money would even really help. I mean, I'm sure you can still ask you for money. I don't know what for, but it sounds like he has more of a you know, mental problem going on, and I don't know what kind of money's gonna fix that.
purchased online. They even had a merchandise page now, with t-shirts being sold for $20 each, simply reading, "I lost my virginity at Virgin Fest." Up until this point, the existence of Virgin Fest had remained pretty underground. Word of the concert stayed within the small community which planned to attend. Posts advertising the event only received a few hundred likes at most. But that didn't mean that no one else was paying attention.
If you
Cowboy's
haven't thought it was
identity
boring
wasn't
yet,
simply
it's
leaked
about to get
online
mad
on
boring.
accident. He was actively
So let's
doxxed
start playing
before he liked
Pokemon
everything. With the
while I
entire
cut wood.
community being involved in off-color jokes about everything under the sun, they were bound to attract the attention of some rather unsavory parties, including those known for posting the private info of those they don't like online. What the entirety of Virgin Fest didn't know is that while they were planning the event, another group was carefully monitoring its conceptualization closely. With the event scheduled that very day, they saw it fit to strike. The 11th of September had finally arrived. The morning before Virgin Fest was set to take place, the Atlanta anti-fascists published an over 30-tweet-long chain warning the public about the event. They wrote, "Heads up, tonight at Toki Tattoo, far-right edgelord hipsters are holding Virgin Fest." The headliner, Negative XP, is a misogynist piece of shit whose best-known song is about a whore, a hole. Many of his followers are racist groypers who will likely attend. It doesn't matter if they're doing this to be edgy. Recent years have shown that, ironically, supporting white power and far-right organizing is actually just supporting racist organizing. They go on to describe Negative XP's persona, writing that he idolizes mass shooters and pointing out that he follows several explicitly right-wing accounts on his Instagram page. Raven, the event's organizer and employee of the tattoo shop where it was to be held, tried to reach out in private to explain that the concert was not politically motivated. From her messages, she seemed to be acting in good faith, simply trying to explain the situation and mitigate the controversy. Can you please delete your tweet about Virgin Fest? We are not associated with groypers at all. This is simply a fun show we are throwing, and none of us are far right. This attempt at extending an olive branch was futile, as Antifa opted to publish a request and then make parallels between the event's performers and the actual perpetrator of a mass shooting last year. The women-hating far-right performer is being hosted in Atlanta less than half a year after a misogynist gunman murdered 8 people in our community. Obviously, this language was very inflammatory and began to generate bad press for the event. Due to the newfound controversy, Virgin Fest was dropped by the tattoo shop mere hours before attendees were scheduled to arrive to see the performances. The event organizer wrote on her Instagram story, "Virgin Fest is not being held at Toki Tattoo. Sorry if I offended or gave the wrong ideas out. I did not know the extent of the situation. I do not support extreme views. Love you. Be safe, everyone." This, once again, did nothing to quell the Twitter anti-fascists, who instead called for Raven to be fired by her employers and published her personal information to Twitter. But there was no way to cancel or postpone the event now. People had made travel plans to attend. Some had spent hundreds to be there. With the performers already present, and people having made arrangements to arrive, the event was miraculously able to find a new home. 4 minutes away at the Chosewood Park. In spite of the opposition and controversy online, people began turning up for the show, and performers prepared their sets.
God damn, no, that's a lot of crazy shit. Yeah, too bad there isn't a way to just send him out to his crazy cousins.
vehemently disagree with the views of some of the performers involved, and the messages within their music. But I think it's worth emphasizing that this wasn't meant to be a political rally. It was a concert for people who liked music, and nothing more than that. Raven had organized the event solely out of appreciation for the music, and as a fun time for people who had been spending so much time together online. Even if you don't believe her, it begs the question of if people are allowed to simply host a concert independent of their views. The way they were framing it was as if we were witnessing the formation of a militia, or some kind of active threat against the local community's safety, when it was really just a bunch of kids in a park singing some songs together. The musicians and attendees alike were there for one reason alone: to have a good time. Despite the venue being changed last minute, forcing the performances to be held outside, meaning there would be no electric guitars or drums or amps, the sets were reworked to be done unplugged. The actual event lasted 4 hours in total and was broadcasted live on Twitch by a streamer named Trophy, where every major plot point can be seen. Negative XP, who had made tweets claiming he wouldn't be performing and had family matters to attend that prevented him from going, snuck into the crowd dressed in camouflage and a fake beard. His set lasted only 20 minutes long due to him not being able to perform with all of his gear, but attendees still seems to appreciate seeing him live in any capacity.
Watch me bleed, and I let you try so hard to forget you, forgive me. If you want to, make me believe it all sense.
Everything was going well, despite the major setbacks. But, as you may have guessed given their previous relentlessness, Antifa was not satisfied and continued live tweeting the concert. They photographed a man with white nationalist tattoos, claiming that he was security. When the organizer responded that this wasn't true, Antifa instead stated that he had adopted the position and was effectively security, which to me sounds like libel, but whatever. They also took photos of random attendees to call them out for wearing t-shirts from bands they disapproved of, such as Burzum. Frustrated that they hadn't interfered enough for the event to be entirely canceled, Antifa resorted to calling law enforcement on the event. I guess they expected the police to show up to disperse the crowd and arrest the Asian guy with the bowl cut and the guitar. But, because no laws had been broken, and given it wasn't a political rally, upon arriving, the officers simply stuck around and enjoyed their time, even taking selfies with many of the concert goers. At one point, the crowd even began chanting, "We love cops." The account wrote in response, event organizer Raven talked with the cops, who were letting the event continue in the park after dark. Easy to imagine that going differently if it was a Black Lives Matter event. Antifa continued their campaign against Raven, refusing her apologies and demanding she be fired from Toki Tattoo. They eventually even doxed her and included it in the thread. 4 days after the event, the business issued a statement formally announcing that she'd been let go. They wrote, "Hello. Sorry for the delay in response. We needed a few days to collect our thoughts. We no longer employ Raven Rap. We had no part in planning or organizing Virgin Fests. It was an independent event which we should have researched more on before we let it happen, and we take accountability for allowing them a platform. Sorry for all the chaos or trauma we caused anyone. We are a safe space, female POC-owned business, and do not support these extremist views at all. Love you all, and be safe." Meanwhile, in Virgin Fest's official Discord server, Raven wrote, "It's over for me, bros. My life is over. People are calling for me to get fired. People in my community are canceling me." In their pursuit against authoritarian women-hating men, I guess? I don't really know. Antifa had managed to achieve a few victories, calling the cops on a peaceful demonstration and getting a woman fired from her job amidst the pandemic. All for the crime of helping put together an event for musicians who sing about rejection. Ultimately, the concert still managed to be a success, as memories were made and people who'd familiarized themselves online got to meet each other in person for the first time. Everyone at the event seemed happy to be there, supporting artists they liked. Despite the subject matter of many of the songs being anything but happy, it seemed wholesome looking in. To many, between the acoustic performance and crowd singing along, it felt like the end of an era. The future of events such as these remains up in the air, given the backlash Virgin Fest received. Interestingly,
thanks to Sunny V2, we all know the unfortunate truth of most primitive building videos being complete bogus. But what if I told you the problem with staged content goes much, much deeper, and that the majority of restoration videos are faked? Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be investigating the cruel and deceitful world of fake restoration videos. And before we go any further, here's just a quick disclaimer that this video does get very disturbing. And if you're sensitive to topics relating to animals, I suggest you proceed with caution. Restoration videos have been a viral staple on YouTube for over 3 years, with the niche having several subcategories. The most common variant involves a creator discovering a rusty, aged, or seemingly naturally damaged item and then documenting the steps of restoring it back into its intended form. The content grabs viewers' attention by showing a thumbnail featuring an extremely corroded and damaged item, begging the question of what it would look like if it were to be brand new. But this is exactly where the fault lies. And whilst from a first glance this content is generally seen as harmless, it's often not realized by the viewer that in many cases the creator is deliberately damaging or even just painting over the item to steal your attention. There are two primary categories of fake item restoration videos: strong fakes and mild fakes. The strong variant is when the item either has cosmetic rust painted on or is covered in dirt or mud in order to give the appearance of decay, eroding, or like it's been left outside or submerged in water for years. There's a huge amount of these videos on YouTube, not only about weapons but also on tech and shoes. It's almost like some of these tech videos aren't even trying to hide the fact that it's staged, going as far as submerging and washing the technology in water. The second variant of fake item restoration videos are called mild fakes. The mild fake variant is harder to tell from the strong fakes, as the damage is usually real. So if the damage is real, then you're probably wondering why these videos are fake to begin with. But that can be simply explained by the fact that the creator is destroying the items off camera by exposing them to chemicals such as hydrogen peroxide that massively speed up the process of rust growth. And whilst this particular variant is often respected more due to the creator actually restoring the item, it still should be noted that they are destroying the items to begin with. But how would one even know if an item restoration video was faked in the first place? Well, this is Backyard Ballistics. Their restoration channel has been creating genuine restoration videos for the past 11 months, with some of the videos having between 3.1 and 6 million views. On the 6th of September 2022, Backyard Ballistics would publish a video titled "Most Restoration Videos Are Fake," where he would go in depth on how to spot fakes, specifically in the knife and gun niche.
The object is altered through a process different than natural decay phenomena. In its most common form, the item is covered in a mixture of dyes, pigments, binders and fillers, usually tailored to look like some form of corrosion product. It's basically painted over. For example, there is no reason for a plastic or rubber piece to become rust-colored, nor for a steel object to develop green or bluish corrosion products. If you see a steel object with green stuff on it, then what you're looking at is most certainly fake. Steel's products of corrosion in a natural environment can be of any shade of orange, red, brown and black, but not green, blue or bright yellow. Another thing that could give away one of these fakes is the presence of uncovered areas that have been missed during the application of fake rust. For example, a Slink's Weevil could leave a shadow during spraying, and there's no natural process that would leave such an appearance, so we can conclude with high confidence that we're looking at some form of fake rust. Mild fakes are harder to tell apart, but they're also less of a scam. What happens is that the content creator takes an item in good or fair condition and subjects it to the same decay processes that can occur naturally, often in an environment that causes them to happen over a much shorter period of time. This still means that guns or items in good conditions are deliberately damaged for the purpose of making a restoration video, but at least the damage is realistic and the recovery process genuine. In other words, you can still learn something useful from the video. The accelerated aging process is done properly, it's practically impossible to distinguish it from a natural one. It's a bit like artificial diamonds. They are made in a lab setting over the course of a few days instead of millions of years in the Earth's mantle. But if you do them right, the end result is practically undistinguishable. If the neglect that caused the decay happened over a relatively short period of time, the difference between genuine and fake is even more blurred.
So with that in mind, many of the viral restoration videos begin to look very suspicious. A great example of a bogus restoration channel is Restoration and Metal. Their YouTube channel has gained over 117 million views across their content, and in their video titled "Antique Guitar Old Restoration," this is about as obvious as they get, as they go on to make almost every mistake a fake restoration video could possibly make. For starters, they randomly find this broken guitar in their garden covered in mud. They clean it up, and then they use instant noodles in order to fix the hole. But the real cherry on top, well, that was the fact that they put the tuning strings on backwards. One might argue that restoration videos aren't particularly bad, mainly due to the fact that they are essentially harmless and entertaining for the viewer. But by looking a little bit deeper into the niche, that statement simply doesn't hold true. Because recently several channels have been thriving from animal restoration videos. But this only brings up more questions, such as how can animals be restored, and how could this even be staged? Well, let me introduce you to barnacles. Barnacles are small marine creatures that stick onto rocks, boats, and sometimes even turtles. And with the rise of quote oddly satisfying videos, barnacle removal videos began gaining millions of views on YouTube. And what people are willing to do when it comes to making money is truly horrifying. Barnacles only grow on sea turtles, and due to the rarity of sea turtles, these scumbag creators have begun staging the content using freshwater turtles. They do this by literally gluing barnacles, seashells, and dirt onto their shells, and then proceed to scrape it off their shells with sharp objects. Due to the turtles having nerve endings in their shell, the process of scraping off glued objects feels extremely painful for the poor turtle, and not only damages their outer shell, but also causes internal trauma. Investigations done by YouTuber New England Reptile revealed that there was one main person behind most of these videos, and what's even worse is that they kept using the same freshwater turtles over and over again.
So after downloading and scrubbing through nearly 200 barnacle removal videos, I've come to the conclusion that 99% of these videos are made by the same person. There's just one creep doing this. I've spotted about 6 different species of turtles used in these videos. After a while, I started to notice something truly disturbing, and I wasn't at all surprised. They're using the same turtles over and over again. And I know this because I spend entirely too much time hyper-focusing on things most people wouldn't. Just imagine returning home after every trip to the beach just to have the stuff glued back on your shell, so it can be scraped off with anything from a sharp blade to a fork the next day.
And with comments on these videos such as, "It's so nice to see kind people like you helping out these little turtles," it seems like most people don't understand the disgusting and evil nature behind the content they are consuming. But with the rise of the content's virality, it would only be a matter of time before turtle experts would catch on. And on the 10th of November 2022, a channel by the name of Dan the Turtle Man would create a video exposing a channel named Ocean Sea, which at the time was gaining millions of views from harming the defenseless turtles.
This is a freshwater species from Papua New Guinea and New Zealand that they glued, and it has a soft shell, not a soft shell turtle, but its shell is soft and leathery, and they glued barnacles to the shell to make this fake video. That is so twisted. Not only that, but they're putting them in the ocean. They're literally letting them swim around in salt water. That's not good for them. This is a freshwater species. They're burning its freaking eyeballs. Not to mention the skin problems that they can have from this. Look, it's leaving lesions. You're literally ripping the freaking skin off the shell of the turtle here because they glued the barnacles to this fly river turtle. Are you actually kidding me? And on the hard-shelled animals, at least, you know, it's really uncomfortable, but usually they don't rip anything off. On this fly river turtle, they are quite literally, he's pulling, and then see how upset the turtle gets?
Dan the Turtle Man's video led to hundreds of viewers reporting the big channels who were posting their content, which luckily resulted in the bigger channels being terminated by YouTube. But this is the real world, and not all stories have happy endings, and in this case, that is especially evident, as the terminated channels began re-uploading their videos under new names. An example of one of these channels being Vast Ocean, who in the last 2 weeks has posted 91 videos amassing over 1.6 million views, gaining their channel over 61,000 subscribers. And by simply searching Total Barnacle Removal on YouTube, you can see hundreds of these videos being uploaded every single day.
This is me standing in front of what's widely considered to be the most haunted hotel in the...
Animation director David Silverman drew this very picture. It contains a relic of the past. No, not 30-year-old coffee. Rather, some of the earliest depictions of Simpsons characters from the show's first season. These 5 can be spotted waiting for the bus in the original opening credits. Removed from the show after just 10 episodes, the nameless characters are notable because they're among few things ever cut from the Simpsons opening. With over 700 episodes to date, there are more intros with that circus line couch gag than there are these faces. Now, it's no mystery why these characters disappeared. DVD commentary reveals the segment was cut to save time. It was replaced with a shorter shot of more recognizable Springfieldians come season 2. Well, that, and these characters break the rules. Rules that were created after the season 1 intro was already animated. Whoops. These internal guidelines tell Simpsons animators to no longer draw hair like this, arms like these, and eyes doing that. This is what the Bus Stop Bunch might look like if they were still on the show today. These commissioned illustrations follow many of the rules of modern Simpsons character drawing. Today, this rulebook spans hundreds of pages, and down the rabbit hole we go. Behind the bus stop is a world of art, science, and math. It's a place where complex ideas are broken down into simple parts, then arranged in ways so delicate that just a few little line changes can sway our emotions. Or in other words, I just think they're neat. So let's investigate these characters to figure out which rules they follow, and more fun, which rules they retroactively break. It's time to explore the no-no sheets. April 1991 saw the debut of Simpsons Illustrated. A companion magazine to the show, it only ran for 10 issues, but it certainly left behind a legacy. Its premiere issue contains an interview with David Silverman and former Simpsons animation director Wes Archer. The interview features Archer's now famous image entitled Simpson No-Nos, giving the do's and don'ts of drawing character facial expressions. Don't draw characters cross-eyed, don't complete the circles for the eyelids, and don't make smiles pointy. Pretty mild stuff, but just the tip of the iceberg. These rules come from large style guides created throughout the 1990s, as the show was finding its footing. Style guides are references for animators, so they draw characters the same way every time. The entirety of the Simpsons style guides are not available to the general public, but bits and pieces have surfaced over the years. The Simpsons Production Art Twitter account has done a great job cataloging many of these sheets, as have books like Cartooning with the Simpsons and The Simpsons Handbook, Secret Tips from the Pros. Funny enough, many of the rules were penned by David Silverman himself, meaning he brought the bus stop characters into this world, and he helped take them out. When the 30th anniversary of Simpsons Illustrated arrived in April 2021, Wes Archer combined many of the no-nos into one drawing. The eyes in particular are unsettling, so let's start there. Lisa's eyes break one of the most fundamental rules. Don't draw cross-eyed characters. Characters can be drawn a bit wall-eyed, but never, underline, cross-eyed. Sorry, Quigley. This rule was established to prevent the show from looking like a cute Saturday morning cartoon. Drawing a character wall-eyed, however, is a staple of series creator, Matt Groening's, art style. Used less frequently nowadays, wall eyes are a simple but effective way to enhance a range of emotions, from confusion to excitement. Quoting a no-no sheet, the Simpsons do a lot of blank, vacant staring as stuff is being explained to them or done to them. The humor is often that you can't tell what's going on in their tiny little minds as events are happening, and then they react. Knowing the difference between wall-eyed and cross-eyed, we arrive at eye crime number 1. The bus stop has some rule-breaking pupils, though only partially. The shapes are nice and round, and the sizes check out. I learned that the pupil-to-eye ratio should be approximately 7 to 1. Too small, Bart believes in conspiracy theories. Too large, Homer's a buzzkill. You can spot large pupils all over the early seasons, before the ratio was codified. Sticking with the eyes, eyelids adhere to the original rule sheet, no circles. This was corrected sometime between layout and animation. The blinking, however, does not follow the standard 4-frame cycle. In the Simpsons universe, both the top and bottom eyelids should meet in the middle. Unless you're Milhouse. Nobody's like Milhouse. Though Silverman's original drawing gave a couple characters those special eyes. It's an unusual sight in Springfield. Almost as unusual as seeing more than 4 eyelashes per eye. Only 2 people at the bus stop have eyelashes, and they pass most relevant tests. Though left's placement is a bit off. It's easy to overlook this attribute, even though eyelashes help define a character. For instance, Lisa and Maggie have their mother's lashes, but Maggie has fewer because she's a baby. When it comes to eye placement, I thought we had more rule-breaking going on, but it was a false alarm. See, there's, quote, a needling problem with eyes that annoys directors to no end. No one-point tangents. Either eyes overlap clearly or they are separated clearly, unless the character is wearing glasses. Well, these eyes are barely touching, and so are these. Then I kept reading. Do not pose them in this in-between drawing stage. In-between drawing being the key words. These one-point tangents exist only for a few frames of animation, when the characters are in between their standing and running stages. You would need to pause the show at just the right time to even notice. but we'll be coming back to these topics later. For now, we've covered the eyes, unlike this character's hair. Transitioning to the hair, and we have some major rule violations. Quote, do not design incidental characters that have these elements. 1. Hair and head the same, and 2. Homer beard line. In other words, don't out-Simpson the Simpsons. A couple people at the bus stop have Homer beards, and these two have their hair color matching their heads. There are even more broken rules if we include the bus driver and passengers, which we should, because the bus was meant to be studied. See, The Simpsons was often referred to as the first VCR television show, meaning that it debuted around time US adoption of the technology was booming. Crew members would occasionally hide blink-and-you-miss-it jokes in the show to reward those with the ability to pause. One of the very first of these freeze-frame Easter eggs is the Duff sign on the bus. You were encouraged to pause the show when the bus appeared. We can thank VCRs for replacing this simple shot of Lisa in the Season 1 opening credits with this sprawling shot of Springfield in Season 2. Back to the hair. This character's hair may not have always been head-colored. Silverman's original drawing gave him a different hairdo, something closer to maybe Kent Brockman. Regardless, the new and improved designs fix any hair issues. Head-colored hair was dyed, and when it comes to facial hair, one character grew a fluffier beard, and the other went with a clean shave, resembling a distant cousin of Barney, perhaps? Speaking of relatives, quite a few of Homer's family members share his signature beard line. And Krusty the Clown's makeup bears a resemblance because, fun fact, Krusty was originally planned to be Homer in disguise. This plan fell through early on though, and the makeup is a holdover. Fast forward to Season 7, and Lester and Eliza also look like they break hair rules. But they deliberately out-Simpson the Simpsons, so they get a pass as well. Most of the other hair rules I found are character-specific, like how many loops are in Marge's hair, or how many palm leaves Sideshow Bob has. My takeaway is that hairdos are explicitly defined. Even seemingly messy hair, like Barney's, is constructed using 13 specific points. This squiggly hair doesn't look like it's following any particular criteria. The number of loops changes several times. Then we have the character on the right. Her hair gains great detail after a head whip. Who is this fine-haired pedestrian, you ask? Well, I don't know, but she reminds me of Mrs. Gross. Mrs. Gross was a planned Season 1 character who would have served as Springfield Elementary's grumpy crossing guard. She was supposed to make her speaking debut in Episode 6, Moaning Lisa, but the scene was scrapped, and all that survives is the script. When Bart and Lisa go to cross the road and see oncoming traffic, they complain. Mrs. Gross hits them with a, "Don't tell me how to do my job." Underneath all that anchor is a talented singer. Mrs. Gross was originally a performer in Season 4's A Streetcar Named Marge. This time, her character made it all the way to the animatic, but didn't make callbacks. She was replaced in the final animation, missing the bus once again. Moving on to the next section, can you figure out what's wrong with this drawing of Bart? Pause if you need to, it's subtle. The answer is the teeth. The drawing looks ever so slightly off because Bart's teeth are too vertical. They don't match the shape of his head. As far as we're concerned, there are 0 teeth at the bus stop. If mouth profiles were drawn with depth, we might be able to see something. And if we could see teeth, there are quite a few rules they'd need to follow. Teeth are emphasized all over the character sheets. When doing the teeth, you must have at least 3 lines in the smile. 4 lines is better than 3. 3 is the minimum amount. Don't draw teeth too small, and only use sharp teeth when directed, like in Last Exit to Springfield for comedic effect. This sharp-toothed Homer from the Tracy Ullman Show was years before the rule was established. It also retroactively breaks 2 additional rules. 1, never draw a line through the teeth, and 2, no demonic expressions. In the words of David Silverman, The Simpsons are not deliberately cruel or cunning. They often do cruel and sometimes cunning things, but they don't plan to. They just react. They don't think, I'll do this and get back at them. Nyahaha. Their minds don't work like that. They're impulsive, reacting to the situation immediately, without premeditation. If you're wondering why this rule was established, look no further than Season 1, Episode 4. Let's look at a friendlier face. Okay, good. Happy Bart. Quote, stop doing this cutesy, curved-up, happy eyeball line. This ain't Don Bluth. If they're laughing, maybe it's okay, but nowhere else. It's a little too precious. Don't over-emote, don't overact. This ties in with Groening's whole less is more approach to animation. Quote, keep things simple. Lots of cartoonists who should know better add complicated details to their drawings that merely clutter things up. You can convey space, motion, and feeling with surprisingly few lines. The Simpsons is a masterclass in this. Just a few small line changes can drastically alter the tone of a drawing, and I can think of no better time than now to bring up the face. A face so polarizing it's no longer used. A face so noteworthy it comes with a disclaimer. Note, do not use unless instructed to by director. A face known only as Twisterhead. Twisterhead was used a lot in the early years of The Simpsons. While it was occasionally used as an in-between frame for fast head turning, it was primarily used by Bart, emphasizing certain words. Twisterhead falls into the category of drawings known as accent drawings. Accent drawings aren't meant to be held very long, 1/12 of a second usually. They're brief, serving only to enhance an animation. Stretch Your Mouth is another accent drawing, and it too comes with a caution. We don't see many, if any, accent drawings at the bus stop. There are some exaggerated reactions, but nothing that looks like this, and that's okay. The fact so many accent drawings look unsettling is proof that the animators are following the rules. They're not overusing these. I'm reminded of this drawing by Jay Lender, SpongeBob SquarePants storyboard artist. For every one over-the-top expression, draw 100 normal expressions, at least. Twisterhead would be phased out sometime around Season 8, coming back in Treehouse of Horror 25, when the Simpsons family meet their former selves. Continuing on with the bus stop faces, lips are well-defined and not too pointy, with no signs of what is known as duck billing. Ears are drawn correctly, just the right amount of inner padding, and noses are positioned in usual ways. Cartooning with The Simpsons states pupils should not be hidden by the nose, but I'm hesitant to dock a point here. Guy just has a big nose. Large noses, or even pig-like noses for that matter, don't break the rules. Otherwise, Mo would need a rhinoplasty. Oh, they did that plot already? There are plenty more face-related rules, but they're not really applicable to the bus stop. Mostly because the characters never interact with one another. Like, there's this 30-page document just on how characters should look when talking to each other. Lip syncing's also an interesting topic, but alas, no dialogue. By the way, there's potentially a bunch of dialogue in the show that's gone undocumented. Lip readers, now's your time to shine. Quote, let's say you're dealing with a scene featuring characters standing in the distance talking. There's no recorded dialogue for what they are saying. They are too far away to hear. But now, we need to provide a bogus lip assignment for each character speaking. Here's your chance to write dialogue on The Simpsons. Now, for all we know, these background conversations could just be random mouth movements. But, in theory, one might be able to approximate dialogue using the more detailed mouth charts. I'm curious what jokes animators hid in the show, if any. Just not enough to reverse engineer myself. Anybody? When it comes to clothing, I was hard-pressed to find rules. There's character-specific stuff, but no general guidelines. So I cross-referenced the bus stop bunch against the characters listed on the Simpsons wiki, to see if there were any matching outfits. Plenty of characters wear open jackets with ties and dress pants. Silverman always envisioned this character with a large tie. I had trouble finding one so big, but radio host Birch Barlow's comes close. Red dresses and shoes are common in Springfield, as are outfits with ruffles around the neck. This look is a combination of what Smithers, Carl, and Kirk wear. Finding a shirt with buttons laid out precisely like this was surprisingly tricky, but then I found Shelbyville Abe. And lastly, maybe Mrs. Gross. She's hard to clothes shop for. I can find bathrobes and wizard robes that somewhat resemble what she's wearing, but not many characters wear dresses with a throwover. The best match might just be this woman from Principal and the Pauper. So while Mrs. Gross has rare clothing, it's not anything off-model or out of place. But the outfit is something you can only find in her closet, right beside the skeletons. Quote, underneath Homer is a thin guy trying to stay put. This bizarre exercise is to merely illustrate that all the Simpsons characters should be approached with human anatomy in mind. That is to say, they have elbows, wrists, knees, ankles, chests, rib cages, stomachs, and shoulders that rotate. You can build a Homer suit around this regular, well, somewhat regular, guy, which will correspond to the key features of his anatomy. The anatomy of the bus stop bunch checks most of these boxes, though the woman in red lacks elbows, resembling these gag drawings by Wes Archer. Nitpicks aside, Simpsons characters have always been drawn with rather realistic human anatomy and proportions. Even some of the ridiculous Season 1 background characters follow these body principles. However, if this character existed nowadays, his stomach would likely be solid, not as soft and squishy, more circular. Simple circles are used to construct so many characters in the Simpsons universe, not just in terms of shape, but also scale. Ned is 5.5 head balls high, Marge's hair is twice the height of her head, and Maggie's head is 4.5 eyeballs tall. Speaking of little eyes, I spy a few hands posed with only 3 fingers, but this changes to the standard 4 once running starts. And when the running does start, we have some nice rounded joints, something emphasized all over the Simpsons handbook. I get it, animating a moving body is difficult. Quote, these drawings of Bart are, in fact, from a little place we know called hell. How bad is this? Let me count the ways. 1. Oddly shaped Frankenstein head. 2. Stupid little grin. 3. Big butt. And 4. Dopey poses. Sorry, I can't take much more of this. If you find yourself drawing like this, start again. Do not turn into your director. He will brain you. Sounds harsh, but I've been cherry-picking these sheets. For every one strongly worded note, you get another saying how good of a job the team is doing overall. Here's a note with both frustration and praise. Quote, this layout is from the depths of hell. The nurse is fairly okay, though her perspective is a bit flabby. With Bart, however, the question is, what's right with this drawing? The answer, nothing. It's just plain old bad. And now, through the hands of a good artist, heaven is achieved. Eric Stefani redid the layout for me, and I went from heaven to heaven. Notice the clarity in form and perspective. Also note how the hand is rendered. The nurse's expression is improved as well. And now the punchline, this scene was cut. At least practice makes perfect, is what I would say until my research led me to another cut scene. The Squirrel House. The Squirrel House is an unused shot of the Simpsons house from Treehouse of Horror 5. Allegedly, it took artist Lance Wilder a day and a half to draw all these squirrels. It was animated, but cut from the final episode because the squirrels were difficult to see on standard definition televisions. The line art was too dense. Wilder didn't want his effort to go to waste, however, so he used this drawing on personal greeting cards. The takeaway here is, again, don't add complicated details to your drawings, be it human bodies or squirrel bodies. The animators will thank you. Last but not least, let's look at the animation as a whole. Starting with color, we'll refer to this black and white 1989 promotional book. It contains a lot of neat stuff, like a copy of the original Simpsons typeface, the rarely used Simpsons logo, and it gives us the specific Pantone colors of some characters. The iconic yellow matches, and the other colors can be found in the show's usual palette of approximately 200 base colors. The characters' clothing will change tones occasionally, but that's just cell animation for you. Minor blemishes are bound to pop up because each and every one of these frames was hand-painted. How many frames are we looking at? Well, we only get to spend roughly 5 seconds with the Bus Stop Bunch. At 24 frames per second, they're visible on screen for approximately 130 frames of animation. Let's break down what they do during this time. The first 60 or so frames see them posed idly, waiting for the bus. This is an image we should be quite familiar with at this point. Bart skates by, stealing the retro bus stop sign and this guy's buttons. The characters are appalled. Remember in between frames from earlier? Yeah, there aren't any of those here. The characters jump from one pose to another like they've been electrocuted. It's rather jarring for The Simpsons. But credit where credit is due, these poses follow the advice of Simpsons animator Eric Tran, who says that a good pose can be read only as a silhouette, and even without color, some of these characters are clearly surprised. The next 8 frames of animation are great. Kudos to animators Craig Clark and Kevin Petrolak. You can really get a feel of the characters' weight as they collectively lean back in anticipation of darting forward. Some of the 12 principles of animation are on full display here. We have squash and stretch, exaggeration, anticipation, and follow-through. After the lean back, the bunch runs left and our eyes follow them, much to the delight of Simpsons storyboard artist Chris Roman. In Storyboarding the Simpsons Way, Roman shares his tips and tricks of how to successfully compose a Simpsons scene. He gives advice such as, don't cut off heads in the frame, show at least 3 planes in a room, and if 2 scenes happen in the same locale, why break them up? The latter is used a lot during the opening. We transition from Homer, to Bart, to the bus stop, to Marge and Maggie, all without cutting away. There's even a 4th, well-hidden cut when the characters run past this tree. They're running down a road different from the one we saw just moments prior. Moses moved into the background to pave way for the road. One side effect of not breaking up this long shot is that our eyes move from left to right, then right to left, then left to right again. It all happens pretty seamlessly, but Season 2 fixes this back and forth by keeping the camera moving the same direction the whole scene. Just an observation. Finally, we have the 8-frame run cycle. It's well animated and is comparable to references. But does it break a rule? The document, Miscellaneous Timing Notes, provides animators detailed information on how to properly time their animations. When animating a crowd of people laughing, note, everyone laughs, but not in unison. Each person should be in a different laugh cycle than the person next to them. When animating a crowd of people clapping, note, everyone claps, but not in unison. Each person should be in a different clap cycle than the person next to them. So, does this mean each person should be in a different run cycle than the person next to them? I couldn't find anything on that. Though, in the context of the bus stop, I believe having the bunch run in unison is a deliberate stylistic choice. These characters exist not as individuals, but rather as a group. They stand still together, they act shocked together, and they lean back together. So it only makes sense they run away together, out of frame, never to be seen again.
I have to go now. My planet needs me.
Our investigation into The Simpsons' missing bus stop has concluded. I hope you enjoyed this look into the show's style guides. A big thank you to the crew members and fans that made this exploration possible. Their archival efforts cannot be overstated. You might be happy to learn other animated series, like King of...
When Matt Groening created, there is a mobile game called The Simpsons Tapped Out. And as a mobile game, there is nothing that special about it. You tap the screen and build your miniature Springfield and slowly fill it with miniature Springfieldians. All the while, the game funneling you down a carefully constructed rat's maze of timed meters, steadily depleting premium currency, and gambling mechanics that are just subtle enough that you won't notice as they begin to pound on those soft, squishy dopamine glands. And I kind of hate this game. It's insidious in the way a lot of mobile games are, and so why even talk about it? Well, that's because it's helped me answer a question I've been thinking about for a while now. Why? Why is The Simpsons still going? The Simpsons is still airing, with its most recent 30th season seeing the most iconic family of the 90s contorted and shoehorned into the topical issues of 2019. Marge enters a reality TV show, Homer gets a job in a self-driving car factory, and Bart becomes woke. I'm not even going to make the argument that these episodes are bad, just that they are not The Simpsons. And how could they be? The Simpsons is now over 2 decades removed from the era, culture, and people that made the show what it was. And so what's left is nothing but an imitation, with the TV ratings of this most recent 30th season hitting an all-time low. And so, why is it still being made? Well, Tapped Out released in February of 2012, and by October of the following year, EA made an announcement that the game had generated over $100 million in revenue, with that number spiking to $130 million just 3 months later. After which, EA grew suspiciously quiet about just how much their little portable gambling simulator was making. But at over 100 million downloads, several thriving fan communities, and the fact that the game has released 9 content updates in the first half of this year alone, it's a pretty safe bet that Tapped Out is still making a lot of money. The Simpsons name is still lucrative, and what's more, despite the fact that season 30 was one of the lowest reviewed seasons in the show's history, it's still pulling in viewers by the millions, and as long as that viewership remains higher than Fox's other shows and those profits stay consistent, Fox will keep syndicating the show, and The Simpsons will be trapped in its zombified money-making form. And this, unfortunately, is the sad modern reality of The Simpsons. Friends, thank you for joining me today. If you enjoyed this video and would like to help support this channel... Okay, no, that's not the end of the video, and we all know it's not. See, there's this other side to The Simpsons in 2019. One that is weird and fascinating and exists in a world entirely outside the scope of the show. And to really talk about it, we first need to cover the topic of memes. Look, I swear to God this is going somewhere. The term meme was originally coined by Richard Dawkins in his 1976 book, The Selfish Gene, which described memes as comparable to genes except cultural instead of biological. A meme could be anything from a style of painting to a composition of a song to even an ideological standpoint. Any idea or concept that could be passed from one person to another, and just like genes, would evolve and mutate as they did. And it was a beautiful concept before the internet ruined it, but what the internet did do was allow for now even very small niche ideas to travel great distances and find large audiences. Anything can now become a meme, a screen cap of Naruto, a poorly thought out raid on an armed government facility, or a clipped piece of animation from an old TV show. And that's exactly what happened with the Homer Bush meme. A piece of animation intended as part of a larger narrative, but that was isolated, compressed, and uploaded to social media, taking on new meaning as a visual expression of embarrassments. With that meaning only evolving further as different people took the meme and changed it, whose use has become so widespread that it even made it back into the TV show itself. What's so curious about The Simpsons, however, is that the Homer Bush meme is not the only time this has happened. Not by a long shot. People have been taking The Simpsons and reappropriating them for decades, even long before the internet. The Simpsons having a rich history of bootleg merchandise. But what the internet did do was took that process and hypercharged it. Anyone can now make their own version of The Simpsons and upload it. And in doing so, creating an entire online subculture of people repurposing The Simpsons in strange and fascinating ways. And this, friends, is what I want to talk about today. The bizarre world of what The Simpsons has become on the internet. And to start, I want to talk about a little blog called Scenic Simpsons. Scenic Simpsons is dedicated to capturing quiet, empty still shots from around Springfield, which it does by screen-grabbing moments from old Simpsons episodes and uploading them to Instagram. Most of these images don't even feature any characters and focus on very minor environmental details. A fluorescent exit sign, a still shot of Homer's hammock in the backyard, or a nearly empty break room at the nuclear power plant. And when you isolate these moments like this, something really interesting happens. The way we look at them changes. It makes you think about the town of Springfield in a way you never would from just watching an episode, and lets you appreciate the minimalistic and oddly surreal art style of the show. There's also this really somber atmosphere to them. You know these locations, you've seen them dozens of times, but without the yellow pop of characters, they feel empty and cold, like something's missing, creating this nearly surreal sense of loneliness and nostalgia. If that sounds niche, it really is, and yet this account is followed by hundreds of thousands of people. But where things start to get a little crazy is that Scenic Simpsons is just one of dozens of these accounts on Instagram. There's also Existential Simpsons, Surreal Simpsons, Psychedelic Simpsons, Open Mouth Simpsons, Squinty-Eyed Simpsons, Worst Simpsons Faces, and you get the idea. All of which capture moments from old Simpsons episodes and re-upload them in ways that are funny and strange and weirdly beautiful. As strange as Simpsons Instagram is, this is just a fraction of how weird and obsessive and prevalent The Simpsons has become on the internet. There are other memes on an entirely different level. Take, for example, the phenomenon of steamed hams. In late 2017, something really strange started to happen. People started to take an old clip from The Simpsons and changing it. The clip was from Season 7, Episode 21, titled 22 Short Films About Springfield, one of which told the tale of Principal Skinner having his boss, Super Nintendo Chalmers, over to his house for lunch. only for Skinner to ruin that lunch and attempt to hide his mistake by passing off Krusty Burgers as his own patented family recipe, steamed hams. It's a classic Simpsons bit, the comedy of the scene coming from Skinner's increasingly ridiculous lies, coupled with Chalmers' absurd willingness to believe those lies.
Yes, I should be. Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Aurora Borealis?
Aurora Borealis. At this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen.
Yes.
May I see it?
No.
But then, 14 years later, in the early 2010s, things start to get weird. Different fan-made versions of steamed hams begin appearing online. The meme slowly gathering momentum before exploding in late 2017 when hundreds of versions of steamed hams begin to flood the internet. But these uploads were strange and different. People were now taking the entire scene and recreating it, either altering the events of the story through editing or reanimating the scene entirely in completely new mediums. There are so many of these videos. Steamed hams, but it's Minecraft. Steamed hams, but it's a dating sim. Steamed hams as a surreal 3D animation, or this.
Oh no.
Steamed clam roasting water red. Steamed ham despite your strategies. Steamed clam steamed ham.
There is always a Skinner, there is always a Chalmers, there is nearly always a lie over a ruined roast, but everything else was malleable. But among the best of these videos, something really interesting starts to happen. And to talk about what, I want to discuss a little video called Steamed Hams, but it's edited in the style of Nier Automata. Nier Automata, if you're unfamiliar, is a Japanese RPG/character action game that has this distinct muted visual style and unusual approach to storytelling, covering the same narrative from the perspective of its three different protagonists, and encompassing themes like the futility of existence and the raw existential dread of just being alive. It's not the kind of material that should mesh well with a 90s cartoon sitcom, but something really special happens in this video. Like Nier, we're shown the events of the evening first from Chalmers' perspective and then Skinner's. But the video uses this shift in perspective to do something really interesting. An entirely new scene is added for Skinner's trip to Krusty Burger. This is a moment that happens off camera in the original episode, but is now depicted with this Nier-esque text sequence, as he narrates the experience of standing under the fluorescent lights of the fast food restaurant, and describes his growing anxiety over the evening as every second stretches on for an eternity, and even exploring the guilt he feels over lying to Chalmers.
I just had a whole long talk with Jessica about it. And she was like, yeah, I still remember the time your brother told me about the scar on his foot and how he got it. I'm like, what scar on the foot and how did he get it? Somehow ended up with my dad putting a fork through his foot.
Oh, what the fuck? God damn. That's pretty rough. I probably wouldn't talk to nobody either if they put a fork in my fucking foot.
Stating that he feels like he's being punished, like he's trapped in his own personal purgatory. I'm aware at this point I'm basically describing my emotional reaction to a Simpsons shitpost, and I could be alone in that. But this new scene, combined with the addition of Nier's somber music and muted color palette, had me feeling genuinely bad for Skinner, making it apparent how much this evening meant to him, as well as his despair as it falls apart. A perspective I never had from the dozen or so times I'd watched that original episode. And I think this raises a really interesting idea, and that is the potential for this kind of fan-made content to explore this world and these characters in a way that's not possible in the original show. The world of The Simpsons is one designed to reset every 22 minutes. Whatever happens over the course of an episode, there's a status quo that must be returned to by the end. And that's how the show is able to continue its infinitely repeatable cycle of episodes. Bart will forever be 10 years old. Homer will always return to his job at Sector 7G. And outside real-life events such as the deaths of the voice cast, the world of The Simpsons will remain frozen in time as it has done for 30 years, with the stories of that world needing to remain palatable to a primetime audience. What this means is that there is a glass box surrounding these characters. There is only so much of them we can explore in a 22-minute repeatable episodic format. And this problem compounds with each new season, as every possible character motivation and plot thread becomes exhausted to the point that these characters start to feel like parodies of themselves. And what I think special about fan-made contents like the Nier Automata video is it breaks the characters free from that format, and now any number of subjects can be explored, like the weird existentialism of being Seymour Skinner, or even letting these characters address their feelings of being trapped in an infinitely repeatable world. And it's here where I think some really powerful stories can be told. One in particular being the webcomic Marge Simpson anime. Marge has always been this vaguely tragic figure of The Simpsons. She's this bright, loving person who's always trying to see the best in those around her, but is also someone who's spent her life surrounded by people who do not understand or appreciate her. She's creative and talented, but becoming pregnant with Bart at an early age, she's had to leave those ambitions behind and dedicate herself to the maintenance of her family. And now, at 36 years old, she has no life outside The Simpsons house, no close friends or anyone she can really talk to. There's a sadness to Marge that is so ordinary and human, and while the show does occasionally touch off this side of her, the need for the world to return to its status quo, as well as the need for a certain amount of levity, means she will always be trapped in this existence that makes her unhappy. And Marge Simpson's anime frees her from this cycle. Through a beautifully surreal sequence of watercolors, it explores the isolation and loneliness of Marge, even recontextualizing major moments in her life like the death of Maud Flanders, which in the show is a moment mostly played for laughs, but for here, it's depicted as Marge losing the one person in her life she could really relate to. Maud's death serving as the tragic trigger for Marge to go on an existential journey of self-discovery before she obliterates the world of Springfield in a massive blast of emotion and going on to find new happiness with her children. Marge Simpson anime is fucking beautiful, breaking open the character of Marge in a way that would never be possible in the show itself. And what's so cool is whereas memes like Steamed Hams or the Homer Bush gif repurpose moments from the show directly by altering the clips themselves, fan works like Marge Simpson's anime is that same memification.
It's fucked up because I really don't want to deal with it. Like, I don't have the spoons. I'm so tired. I can't even deal with my own shit. Waste away, not know what to do, and go through that shit again. Or feel like that I'm the only one that has to deal with the burden. I don't know who to talk to about that, who to get help from, anything to, like, maybe have him go into assisted, I don't know. Because I don't want him in a nursing home where he just goes there to die. I'm looking this shit up, and it's all so fucking expensive, and my dad only gets so much in social.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say is, I mean, that's probably what would be the best, but yeah, that's probably going to be so fucking expensive. I don't know how anyone's supposed to pay for that.
I'm so sorry, it's the only word I can think of, only taken one step further, discarding the format of the show entirely and repurposing just the characters themselves, meaning that the ideas and stories these characters can be...
Also, am I gonna get old and have dementia and Alzheimer's too and have nobody take care of me or even like me? How am I supposed to survive? I don't want to get old. Hey, Dildo. I don't know, if I get to that point that my dad's at, I think I just kill myself. But my dad's talking like he might do that. I don't fucking know.
Oh yeah, I mean, I hope not. I don't know, that's why you're supposed to be married when you're old. So, you know, it's like, you know, telling someone to, you watch him and you watch them. You know, they watch each other, I guess.
Used to explore are limited only by the author's ability to draw or write them. And through this, The Simpsons can become really anything. Depressing Simpsons comics examines its creators' feelings of anxiety, loneliness, and nihilism, but gives them this light-hearted and relatable twist by conveying those feelings through the characters of The Simpsons. The Ballad of Dark Homer imagines an alternate reality world of The Simpsons where Homer has been transformed into a monstrous shadow of his former self, and the effect it's had on the people who loved him. And the illustration collection Springfield on Real Estate puts the focus on the town of Springfield itself, showing it in the dead quiet of early morning or late at night, creating this beautiful sense of atmosphere and place, as if this is how the town would look when the cameras stop rolling and it's no longer just the backdrop to a sitcom. There is so much deeper we could go with this, especially if you want to dive into the weird world of bootleg Simpsons zines, which cover everything from crude reimaginings of classic Simpsons episodes to psychedelic reinterpretations of these characters to the just baffling scenic Simpsons hentai, which combines pencil sketches of scenic Simpsons with hentai. Okay, this is probably too far. We are officially in too deep. But to me, by far the most staggering, impressive, and ludicrous of the Simpsons fan works comes in the form of Bart Kira. On the surface, it's hard to imagine two animated properties more different than The Simpsons and Akira, one being a satirical dismantling of the American family, the other being a dystopian exploration of mass destruction rooted in Japanese history. And yet, there are some curious historical parallels between the two. Both had their first American release just over a week apart from each other in December of 1989. Both went on to redefine perceptions of what animation was, as well as the kinds of people that could enjoy it. And 30 years later, both are still seen as beloved cultural touchstones, still being celebrated today. But no celebration of either individually could ever match the size, scale, and scope of Bart Kira, which takes the over 2,000 pages of the Akira manga and redraws them with the characters and locations of The Simpsons. And just to be clear here, I do mean every single page. It took 768 artists 2 years to complete Bart Kira, each one taking a piece of Akira and redrawing it through the lens of The Simpsons, but each in their own distinctive visual style, with the art of Bart Kira swimming beautifully from page to page. One moment it could have all the pop and charm of a Saturday morning cartoon, and then the next it transforms into a dense, meticulously detailed rendering of a graphic novel.
But they're both old, so it's like the blind leading the blind. Like, you can't help another person if you're fucking blind, and you're both fucking blind, and you're both fucking old, and you're both fucking dying, so... That's why you gotta have kids. A whole fucking village of children and grandchildren. People that have to love you if you're nice to them and you raise them. Our whole fucking species is built on the fact that we reproduce, so we have... Some people really want to be parents. But it's also in our biology to survive. And how do you survive the longest? Fucking babies. but it's also in our biology to survive. And how do you survive the longest? You create a whole fucking army of your DNA to support you when you get old and take care of you.
Well, you better start having some kids. You must want to take care of you.
The cartoonish style of The Simpsons contrasting so beautifully against Akira's themes of mass destruction and dystopia. There's something so cathartic and sad about seeing the landmarks of Springfield obliterated in the cataclysms of Akira, with the characters of The Simpsons themselves inheriting new meaning as they take up the roles of the cast of Akira. Principal Skinner, for example, is recast as the Colonel, and it just feels so right having Skinner as the last man alive, fighting for peace and order in a world that is falling apart around him. Or Milhouse as Tetsuo, with the hilarious and tragic 10-year-old now using his cataclysmic psychic abilities to take revenge on the world that has been so cruel to him. I love this one page in particular. I don't know if I've ever seen something that so purely captures the loneliness and vulnerability of just being Milhouse. Bert Kira is bizarre and compelling and unlike anything else I've ever experienced. It's a weird and hypnotic testament.
Back in the olden days, people literally popped out kids just so they'd have an extra hand on the... What are you up to?
Nothing. Playing Pokemon. A little bit. Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't born to work on the farm.
Two of the most impactful and iconic pieces of animated media ever, and transforms both to create something that feels so new and special. And what's more, it's all available for free online, which, just like everything else I talk about this video, I will link in the description below. We've covered a lot today, but there's one more thing I want to talk about. And I leave this to last because to me, this, more than anything else we've discussed, reflects the modern reality of The Simpsons, and it is the surreal world of Simpsons Wave. On October 27th, 2015, a video was uploaded to Vine that layered an old Season 7 clip of The Simpsons with the track Resonance from the artist Home. And whatever it was, something about this 6-second video just captivated people. It went on to be viewed 31 million times, and over the course of the following year would spawn an entire subgenre of YouTube videos, with different people layering ambient vaporwave mixes over old clips of The Simpsons. But people taking the process a step further and creating entire music videos by heavily altering the Simpsons footage itself, adding in degraded VHS effects to make the animation feel aged and nostalgic, or breaking apart these video clips entirely to create these surreal, dreamlike experiences. And these, friends, are some of my favorite videos on the internet.
God damn it.
My favorite of these videos do something really special, and that is use old episodes of The Simpsons to piece together their own distinct narrative. And in particular, the videos of Lucy and Hughes, whose 2010 Lilac Sky collages old clips of Milhouse to create this really sweet and sad coming-of-age story. Likewise, the video Dead Bart builds this horrifying alternate reality where a deranged Ned Flanders forms an unseemly relationship with Bart before murdering him. And the video Crisis, maybe my favorite of them all, sees Homer trapped in this gorgeously surreal but sad existence as he becomes lost in a world of loneliness, infidelity, and isolation. And it's in this video particularly where I think Simpsons Wave starts to touch on something deeper. There's a feeling of sadness to a lot of Simpsons Wave, which show their characters as confused and depressed, even frightened, struggling as the world around them distorts and becomes alien, and they lose control of both themselves and their reality. And there's something so appropriate about that, as if these characters have lost their place in time and now suffer in this strange, nebulous existence. And I think in reality, that's what's happened. The Simpsons has lost its identity. The lives of these characters have been artificially extended and distorted to the point that they no longer have any meaning. And what I think is so beautiful about these videos is that that's how they feel. These characters feel lost, like they no longer know who they are or why they exist. And in showing this, they so perfectly capture the plight of modern Simpsons. It's hard watching what happened to The Simpsons. This is a show I cared a lot about, a show that was a huge part of me growing up. And it helped develop everything from my sense of humor to how I interpret media to even personal stuff like coming to terms with feelings of isolation and loneliness, or making me realize that I will someday die. I think that was a lot of people's experience with The Simpsons, and why so many years later, people are still so passionate about it. We miss that old show. We miss what The Simpsons used to be, and I think that's what makes what The Simpsons has become on the internet so beautiful. When Matt Groening created The Simpsons, it wasn't a media empire. It wasn't a global phenomenon or a merchandising machine. It was just one struggling cartoonist's guttural reaction to the sanitized, idealized depiction of the American family. And so he took that depiction and distorted it, changing it and giving it new meaning. And in doing so, creating something so beautiful, rebellious, and powerful that 30 years later, we're still talking about it. We're still drawing it, and we're still making videos about it. And that, to me, is the beautiful thing about Simpsons Wave, or Marge Simpson's anime, or Bart Kira. When I read these comics or watch these videos, I can feel that there's an entire community of people out there who still care about The Simpsons the same way I do. And so, while there's still the licensed series with its mobile game and loss of identity, there's also something else. There's the online community of people still expressing their love for the classic show in countless strange and amazing ways. And to me, this is where The Simpsons lives on. This is the bizarre modern reality of The Simpsons. Friends, thank you for joining me today. I have two quick announcements. One, I'm going to be a guest at Konoichi in Kassel, Germany from the 6th to the 8th of September. I'll be doing a ton of panels and signings, so if you're in the area, be sure to follow my Twitter for more info. I will also be guesting at QCon in Belfast, Northern Ireland from the 30th of August to the 1st of September. QCon is a con I go to every year, and honestly, it's one of my favorites, so do check it out. A giant thank you to my patrons for this video. This is one of those videos that would be completely impossible without their support. So honestly, thank you for giving me the ability to do exactly the kind of things I want to, and a very special personal thank you this week to Courtney James Clark, Matthew Peachy, Lydia Falls, Elor Hull, Of Few Words, and Dr. Beep PhD. As ever, you can find me hosting the Let's Fight a Boss video game.
It's been often enhance it.
How's Pokemon going? And yeah, me too. If I was born back then, I would be dead within probably 6 to 7 years because of my eyesight.
Nah, they'd probably call you a witch and burn you at the stake.
Being one of the first major attempts at blending 2D and 3D and modern animation without compromising either. And that feels like something that's largely gone unrecognized as the years have gone on. Alright, now obviously after talking for so long about how unique and trailblazing Futurama was, we of course finally arrive at the point in the video where we go into how it was mismanaged to death. You see, when the show was originally in early production, Groening really wanted Futurama to air on Sundays after The Simpsons and before The X-Files, which made perfect sense. Not only would it allow the show to find an audience that would be most primed to enjoy it, but Futurama's placement would have made for an amazing segue from a cartoon sitcom to a sci-fi mystery drama. And Groening wasn't wrong in thinking that, as Futurama's first episode in that time slot premiered at 19 million viewers, one of the top most viewed pilots Fox had ever seen at the time, along with a strong response from critics. So following that, naturally the Fox execs saw this, realized they had another potential billion-dollar franchise on their hands, and left the creators to their business? Of course not, or I wouldn't be bringing any of this up. No, instead Fox
I wish somebody would do that now.
Futurama, gave it next to zero promotion,
I'm just not even
tossed
gonna
around the
reply to
schedule
that.
like accusations at a Smash tournament, and proceeded to be shocked when it didn't perform well. Swear there's no relation. To give the execs more credit than they likely deserve, the original plan Fox had was that after previewing Futurama in that slot on Sunday for its first 2 episodes as a way to advertise the show, it would then be moved over to Tuesday nights to be part of a block of animated series like King of the Hill and the PJs, with Family Guy taking the coveted spot following The Simpsons. And while rearranging schedules to optimize the week's programming and showcasing new series isn't unheard of, this wouldn't be a one-off change. When Futurama finally did land back on early Sunday evenings again the next season, it would regularly get pushed back for sports broadcasts that went on too long, causing continued problems with its ratings. Then as the years went on, the show continued to be batted around varying time slots with little rhyme or reason, even in the middle of seasons, leading to fans never knowing what time or day to tune in, and a further decline in viewership because of it. Of course, some might say I'm a bit biased against Fox due to my clear preferential feelings towards Futurama and its creators, especially since the executives can't exactly speak for themselves, and that may be true. However, I will say it's not as if this treatment was unique to Futurama either. You remember that little Family Guy series I briefly mentioned earlier? The show Futurama was pushed aside for? Yeah, that went through the same mismanagement before it was cancelled in 2002 at the end of its 3rd season. And considering when it returned in 2005, after the execs saw the amount of money they were getting from its DVD sales and ratings through syndication when it had a proper time slot given, it quickly became a pillar of Fox's animation branding for over a decade. So you can see that maybe the Fox executives in charge at the time didn't exactly know what they were doing with the properties they managed. But whether it was the low ratings, the cost of episodes, Groening's unwillingness to cooperate, or the utter resentment from the higher-ups that was the cause of Futurama eventually going off the air in the end, we don't really know for certain. Because the indifference the execs at Fox had to the series even came across in how the show was cancelled. Since Futurama wasn't technically cancelled, they just weren't asked to make more. To elaborate slightly, when a show gets renewed for a new season, the creators are being told by the top brass that they're renewing their contract, thus giving them the thumbs up that they're going to be getting the funding to produce more episodes. So when a show's given multiple season renewals in advance, that's an endorsement from the top that the creators can plan further in advance without worrying about the possibility that the next season might be the last. With Futurama, however, every season, the staff would get the renewal notice for the upcoming season later and later, giving them less time to deliver a solid show since they couldn't start planning production until they got the go-ahead. After a couple seasons, the writing staff started to just get used to it. But partway into the production of season 4, when they would typically get the notice for the new seasons being purchased, months passed and no notice ever came. No one from Fox arrived to tell them they were canceled or why. Just silence. Even after getting barraged by fans of the show petitioning to order a 5th season, Fox never gave a clear statement on the show's future right up until the end. Fortunately, though, the creators seemed to see the writing on the walls beforehand, so they wrote the final episode of Season 4, The Devil's Hands Are Idle Playthings, to be an open-ended series finale, being a bittersweet, operatic send-off to the cast and Fry and Leela's relationship after the last 4 years.
Please don't stop playing, Fry. I want to hear how it ends.
In an interview after it was confirmed Futurama wasn't returning for another season, Matt Groening said,
"The people at Fox didn't ever support the show, and it wasn't to their taste. And, in my opinion, they're out of their minds. But they don't like The Simpsons either. The idea of a TV show they haven't gotten their greasy fingers all over creatively drives them nuts. That's why almost everything else is so lousy. We won the Emmy for the Best Animated Show, and I didn't even get a begrudging phone call from anyone at Fox. That's a dark company that they can't even make a fake phone call."
And while it might feel petty, Groening isn't exactly wrong to feel slighted by this, as that Emmy wasn't an outlier, since Futurama won many over the course of its initial run alongside other TV awards, where most series Fox produced at the time wouldn't even get a nomination. But if dedicated viewership and highly positive reception wasn't going to save Futurama, a few awards on the mantle wasn't going to do much either. And so the writers and animators of Futurama simply accepted the hand they were dealt, and started looking for other work, either returning to focusing on The Simpsons or going on to new ventures.
Another classic science fiction show canceled before its time.
Now, obviously, if this was Firefly or Freaks and Geeks, that would be the end of it. A show that wasn't really appreciated by the studio number crunchers, yet continued to live on solely by its cult following for decades. And in all honesty, we could have left it at those 4 seasons. Futurama could have been viewed as this series way ahead of its time that came and went, leaving behind 72 episodes of one of the best animated sitcoms ever, ending on a poignant farewell as Fry and Leela holographically walk off into the sunset together. But like a highly infectious virus in a country without a proper pandemic response, Futurama refused to die. Or it would be better to say its fans refused to let it die. Before I go any further though, keep in mind that screams and petitions aren't likely to get Reaper back on the air. What studios like Fox actually care about if they're going to revive a series is numbers that easily translate into cash money. And similar to Family Guy, it was the popularization of DVDs in the early 2000s that demonstrated the continued financial interest in Futurama. When they started being put out near the end of the series, the 4 seasons sold incredibly well on DVD by its legions of devoted fans that wanted to be able to watch it at any time since it wasn't easily accessible before. Keep in mind that this was in the nightmare period where everything wasn't online at all times, so you either needed the tapes or wait for episodes to appear in syndication, like some sort of caveman. Glad things are so much better now. What helped even further was how Futurama did in syndication. When it began airing on Comedy Central, Cartoon Network, and other channels between 2003 and 2005, Futurama saw a lot of success, both in its ratings and overall exposure, since it was no longer restricted to one network, was actively promoted, and actually had a set time slot. Who knew that constantly being pushed aside for NASCAR and reruns of True Lies might harm a show's ratings? So between the quality DVD sales and solid syndication ratings across other networks, Fox Home Entertainment decided to order a couple of direct-to-DVD Futurama movies to cash in and potentially gauge interest, without having to possibly invest in multiple seasons ahead of time. And after some negotiations and Matt Groening doing a few victory laps around the studio parking lot, the producers agreed to fund 4 films, but with the stipulation that the movies would be cut up into 4 equally sized episodes that could be easily tossed into syndication packages, which altogether would create a proper 5th season. And with that, work on Season 5 started in 2005, and the first movie, Bender's Big Score, releasing in late 2007. So everything's great now? I mean, yeah, Futurama's back, baby! Right? Well, unfortunately, this is where the analysis part of this video gets a tad more complicated, as this is where we start to get into the more hit or miss parts of Futurama, because these movies are also the point where the series starts to show some cracks. See what I did there? Though, to immediately backtrack on what I literally just said, the first couple movies were a pretty solid return for the series, all things considered. Being the first of the four, Bender's Big Score is probably the strongest right out of the gate. Before I continue, however, I know this video is already extensively long, but I'm gonna have to do 4 rapid-fire reviews for these movies here, because all of them have different issues that end up highlighting future problems that are gonna be creeping in. Anyway, Bender's Big Score's core premise is that after returning to the air after getting uncancelled by the Box Network, this opening isn't exactly subtle about its commentary, Planet Express ends up getting conned by a race of scammer aliens, who end up finding a tattoo of Bender on Fry's ass that includes a code that can allow one-way travel backwards through time, which they then use to plunder Earth of all its historical treasures with a mind-controlled Bender. Meanwhile, Fry is hurt when Leela falls for a man named Lars who works at the Head Museum, and takes a chance to use the time code to travel back to the year 2000, where he spends the next few years looking after a lonely narwhal. Though, because of time travel complications, this ends up creating 2 Frys, one in the present past and one in the future present. Describing the synopsis in simple terms makes it sound like this should be a complete mess of a movie, but it ends up creating a great time travel heist film mixed with a love story that surprisingly works, since both storylines end up layering into each other and build off what the other is doing. Make note of that for later. This also wasn't a basic Disney direct-to-video production either. The animators at Rough Draft Studios, both in their California and Korean branches, worked to bring these films to the next level. While the original run of Futurama was formatted to the standard 4:3 of the time, the films were bumped up to 16:9 in order to capture a more cinematic feel by comparison. And in terms of scale, this first movie does everything it can to bring in every fan-favorite character for some screen time, from Robot Santa and Nixon, all the way to Al Gore and Bubblegum Tate. In that way, Bender's Big Score was a clear celebration of everything that made Futurama special during its initial run, with a little extra flair since they had DVD movie money to spend now. However, this also leads to some failings that are much more noticeable when the excitement of Futurama returning isn't there anymore. Without getting too much into pedantic nitpicking, the major problem is how the time travel subplot of Bender's Big Score weakens canonical details of the series by establishing that Fry went back to his past life for a few years after escaping the scammer aliens by using the time code, namely in regards to Jurassic Park, where the reason Seymour solidified in stone isn't because he passed away from old age waiting for Fry to come back, but because of an explosion caused by Bender shooting a laser to kill his old roommate. Look, I know the writers were simply being cheeky, and I can't deny that outside of breaking continuity that the Lars storyline is touching. But most of the episodes centered around Fry are about the loved ones he left behind when he went to the future and how that affected them. So seeing these powerful moments be completely retconned just doesn't sit right. And these aren't easily shrugged off jokes either, since it's rooted in the core premise of the movie. Then, following up Bender's Big Score is The Beast with a Billion Backs, which continues off from the cliffhanger of the first movie, where reality is beginning to shatter due to time paradox shenanigans. Confusingly though, despite following up from that ending, it starts with Fry getting into a polygamous relationship with a brand new woman, completely sidestepping the whole point about the Lars storyline in the previous film, something that the movie quite literally points out at the end.
You think maybe? Oh, please. You forgot me quick enough when you met Colleen.
That's true.
To its credit, this is clearly a contrivance meant to work with the plot, which focuses on an interdimensional alien that tries to take over and then seduce the entire universe, thematically being about loving relationships never being perfect and inherently require compromise between all parties to be fulfilling. But it unfortunately comes at the cost of punting the emotional core of the last movie to get to that point. Sadly though, this is only the start of how the romance in this series gets kicked around, but we'll get to that later. Beast definitely has its strong moments, and of the 4 films is the most thematically consistent, but I'd be lying if I didn't admit that the excitement of Futurama returning fueling these movies is starting to wear off at this point, and we're only going downhill from here. Frankly, while the premise of 4 films likely sounded promising to everyone involved when it was first pitched, I'd argue the law of diminishing returns starts to kick in harder and harder as they progress, specifically with the 3rd and 4th. The The best way I could describe these last two is that the core premise of the material had potential, but wasn't enough to carry over an hour and 20 minutes. So there's a lot of meandering as it gets to the point, kind of like this sentence. To start, the third movie, Bender's Game, deviates from even the vague attempt at keeping these movies interconnected like the last two, and is instead a chance for the nerds in the writer's room to wax off about D&D and the Lord of the Rings movies, as this was nearly a decade before Disenchanted was made, and they even got a chance to do as such yet. Now, admittedly, doing fantasy tropes through the lens of science fiction could have been an interesting take, but aside from just not making good use of that premise, instead doing a lot of mediocre Tolkien references, there's no real emotional throughline for this movie keeping it together, which is quite noticeable when you compare it to the last two movies. The closest thing is the reveal that Ignor, one of Mom's sons, is actually Professor Farnsworth's, which is a fun twist considering Farnsworth and Mother's relationship within the series. But it feels like there's zero impact to the reveal with how it's handled, and it isn't addressed ever again outside of the film itself. To the point you have to question why it was even brought up in the first place. I could forgive a lot of these flaws, though, if it wasn't for the fact that Bender's Game is as needlessly stretched out as production time of this video. Since these movies were mandated to a strict 87-89-minute runtime so that they could be sliced up into 4 full-length episodes each, the pacing of them can be downright awful, as the writers are clearly more used to writing and structuring around 22 minutes comparatively. While this wasn't as much of a problem with Bender's Big Score and Beast with a Billion Backs, this pacing issue becomes aggressively apparent with Bender's Game, where the core appeal of Futurama parodying fantasy tropes doesn't kick in until nearly 2/3 of the way through the movie. I'm all good with a slow burn as plot lines and jokes are set up, but this movie drags its heels in order to fill out its runtime, and it isn't filling it with anything interesting or entertaining, like a YouTube video trying to meet an 8-minute runtime. There's simply no weight to anything this movie's doing compared to the first two, and likely would have been better off condensed into a what-if type episode in the series proper, or even a 60-minute movie, since there clearly isn't enough worthwhile content for it to be almost 90. But then on the flip side of Bender's Game's failings, there's Into the Wild Green Yonder. Since 4 movies were all the staff was promised, Into the Wild Green Yonder was written to be another finale for the series, which makes it even odder how that one fits into the rest of the films, as it's the one with easily the weakest stakes and inconsistent storyline going for it. The base premise is that, while on a trip to New Mars Vegas, Fry gets caught up in a group of mind-reading hobos involved in a war between 2 ancient alien species, as Leela leads an eco-feminist group trying to stop Leo Wong from destroying a large chunk of the Milky Way for a giant mini-golf course. On the face of it, there is some clear parallels going on between the 2 main storylines that could have led to some fun moments as Leela and Fry's 2 groups end up clashing. But then you add in Bender romancing the Donbot's wife, then becoming a lackey for Zap Brannigan, a high-stakes poker tournament, an extended jailbreak sequence, Fry becoming a security guard for Leo Wong, Amy rejecting her dad for his constant jokes about her weight, and a subplot about Planet Express nearly going out of business, because we need to bring in Hermes, the Professor, and Zoidberg in somehow. Where Bender's Game didn't have enough going on and feels padded to hell because of it, Into the Wild Green Yonder has too much going on, and everything feels weaker since nothing's allowed to breathe. Everything I listed could have worked within the narrative and what it was working towards, but it's all crammed in to the point where you're just getting bombarded with scenes and characters. Into the Wild Green Yonder was clearly intended to be a huge-scale event to celebrate the series in case this would be its last outing, framed as a grand ecological science fiction epic where every character possible was brought in. And the relationship between Leela and Fry was finally given some closure in the case that this would be the true finale. But it drags on for over an hour with no clear direction on where it's going and why, shifting from one inconsequential plot point to the next as a series of and-then story beats, which ultimately robs that scale of any real value since it doesn't feel like it built up to anything meaningful. And this feels like it undercuts the movie's ending, where the cast fly off into a wormhole with no clear idea on where they'll end up, obviously alluding to the nature of the show's nebulous status at the end of the film's production, as the creators were still waiting to know if these movies would get them picked up for further seasons, or if this would be the end yet again. Honestly, if they were better planned out, allowed to be as long or short as they needed instead of forced to meet a specific runtime, and better use some of their characters, these films could have been a highlight for the series as a triumphant return, and a massive middle finger to the Fox studios on top of it. But frustratingly, we're only getting started with the erratic quality of Futurama from here. So, with how well the movies performed sale-wise, the Fox network felt pretty confident about commissioning another proper season of the show. But this time with Comedy Central purchasing the airing rights for these new episodes. In order to make the deal, though, costs had to be cut, meaning the number of returning writing staff and producers had to be trimmed, and the time to deliver episodes was cut down, which goes to explain why a lot of the writers from earlier seasons didn't return, and Fox attempting to recast the voice actors due to supposed salary negotiations collapsing. But this ploy lasted only about a month until Fox caved to pay the original cast more than they offered at first. Now, this is probably where some of you might think I'm gonna say, oh, Futurama should have stayed dead. New Futurama isn't anywhere as good as the old. And while that would certainly make my...
I'm gonna go to bed. Sorry for the depressing speak, but thanks for listening. I hope you have a good night and get some sleep.
Thank you, Katie. Good night. I'll talk to you later.
Job noticeably easier, I'd be hard-pressed to say it's as simple as all that. The second go of Futurama definitely isn't as great as its initial run, but it's also not as bad in the same way that later Simpson seasons turned into. And not just because I'm trying to maintain this image of being fair and balanced TM. In my opinion, it would be better to describe Futurama's 6th and 7th seasons as wildly inconsistent, with episodes ranging anywhere between instant classics to forgettable flops, with most existing somewhere in the middle of, it's decent, not as good as the older seasons, but not terrible. I know, glowing praise. Obviously, the original run of Futurama wasn't perfect either, and there was the occasional mediocre bits, but as a whole, it was consistently good. With the second run, though, there's definitely some tired and lazy writing in a fair few episodes, often feeling like the idea for an episode only filled up about half the runtime, and the rest had to be crammed in with lame, hackneyed references and characters simply going through the motions. Frankly, the struggle of the overall quality in these later seasons highlights how Futurama is at its best when episodes have a heart to them, exploring characters' emotional states and personal relationships with each other, while naturally layering in jokes. You know, that thing, good writing. When characters have to start working for the plot, rather than the plot working for the characters, that's when you get your lamer episodes like the Da Vinci Code, a lame Da Vinci Code parody that felt dated even in 2010. And it's not like Futurama didn't do film parodies in older seasons. There's an entire season 1 episode dedicated to being an extended Titanic reference, something it regularly points out. But those parodies were often just a framing device to tell an actual story or had a greater meaning to them. And weren't just the writers going, remember that thing? It's a Susan Boyle. You get it? On top of just not being funny, an extended Britain's Got Talent reference from 2008 on Leela's butt, or a 20-minute homage to 80s cartoons, didn't progress any story worth telling and have ultimately zero substance beyond the reference they're making, which is something Futurama felt like it was above. But as these seasons took their time, they gradually began to find their legs again, and you started to see the Futurama that fans fell in love with peek through. The first big return to form being the 6th episode of Season 6, Lethal Inspection, a Bender and Hermes-centered story about accepting one's mortality, with Bender realizing that his lack of a backup drive means he just has to accept the finite life he has, but not before seeking out vengeance on the inspector who forsaked him with his fleeting existence, like we all wish we could. What pushed this episode over so much was that Hermes and Bender never got meaningful screen time together. So this episode being a standout for the series was largely due to how well they contrasted each other based on what we knew about them, and how it developed their relationship. It showed a compassionate side to a character known for being inhuman, and a vulnerable side to a character known for being indestructible. Though I wouldn't be doing my job as a pedantic YouTube critic if I didn't point out that Lethal Inspection's ending is still inconsistent with Bender's backstory in Endless Love. I mean, boy, I really hope someone got fired for that blunder. Of course, not every episode has to be a dramatic, emotional exploration of the meaning of life to be considered great either. The Prisoner of Benda, for example, presents a perfect case of a but, therefore, plot and comedic story writing, where the episode centers around all the characters progressively having their minds swapped between each other by a new invention the professor created, with the trade-off you can only swap one way, thus hijinks ensue. That honestly could have been enough. However, with every mind switch being rooted in characters wanting something that requires a different body, they're then slammed with a roadblock of some kind, the but, that therefore leads to further mind switching in order to solve it, which allows the plot to gradually expand outward in a natural way that keeps you invested in all the different threads going on, until they all eventually collide at the very end. Prisoner of Venda is a straightforward setup with a subtle theme about appreciating the body you have, but when it comes to pure structure and pacing, it's one of Futurama's best episodes. And before all the comments berate me about it, yes, Ken Keeler, the writer of this episode, even went so far as to develop an entire real-life mathematical theorem to explain how many mind switches between characters would be required to get everyone involved back into their original bodies.
And they say pure math has no real-world applications.
Anyway, this is what makes these seasons so frustrating as a whole, because they constantly oscillate between genuinely entertaining examinations of characters that rival some of the best of the series, and aggressively ham-fisted episodes about cell phone addiction and Obama birth certificate truthers. While they average out to being alright, these last two seasons definitely struggle to capture the magic of Futurama's original run on Fox. Without making massive assumptions about what was going on in the writer's room, it's really hard to say if this is due to much of the original writers not returning, with the stronger character-driven episodes being mostly handled by returning staff like Ken Keeler and Eric Horsted. Or maybe like The Simpsons, Futurama had just become part of the establishment it once rolled its eyes at. Or it's the same creative spark from almost a decade prior simply wasn't there anymore. Possibly the most aggravating aspect of Futurama's run on Comedy Central, though, is how it spun its wheels with Leela and Fry's relationship, as it continued to be as vague as possible even after multiple confessions of love. Clearly, the first 4 seasons of the show had this prominent will they, won't they nature to their relationship. And the reason the first series finale resonated the way it did was because it was this beautiful admission of their feelings for each other, leaving us to hope that they got that happy ending together. But we're now past that, in a post-large storyline Futurama, and the big conclusion of the 4th movie was the two finally professing their love for each other proper. Yet when we get to season 6, we continue to bounce between them going on dates, and then next they're platonic and Leela's rejecting Fry's advances outright. As much as I love the romantic episodes like the late Philip J. Fry, it progressively starts to feel like the writers either didn't want to write a hard status quo change into the story by firmly cementing their relationship, or didn't want to wrap up the last real character arc floating throughout the series. So it's best to keep putting out the same bait they've been using for years, despite that bait starting to grow mold. Even the second to last episode of season 6, Overclocked, addresses how little progress has been made with this relationship and how it feels like it has nowhere to go. Don't get me wrong, it's great that their relationship has evolved to the point that there's an episode dedicated to Leela trying to figure out if there's a future to be had with Fry, an extremely mature angle to view their relationship, but this is a moment where the show's addressing its own major writing problem. And this is exceptionally weird when this was planned as yet another series finale in the case there wasn't another production season. Overclocked is an episode which doesn't have either Fry or Leela actually come to an agreement about their future, with Leela abruptly leaving Fry and her job, and then unceremoniously returning at the very end so that they can have a happy conclusion to it. And it could have been the last episode. I know this is a bit of a fan favorite for some due to the ending where Bender gives them their future and they're able to see how it'll unfold together, but in my opinion, it doesn't hold up in hindsight when you actually take a step back and look at how it reflects on the two's relationship, especially when the next season has Fry and Leela right back to their extremely wishy-washy state. Bumpy long-term romances in series that have their ups and downs can be great, and are some of my favorite character moments. But after a while, it starts to get played out when it feels like it's not going anywhere. However, in continuing this theme of frustrating inconsistency, instead of allowing their relationship to meander endlessly and make my bitching that much simpler, the writers decided to conclude Futurama and Fry and Leela's relationship with one of the best episodes of the series. What started as unbridled hype for a 6th season, the anticipation for return to form began to wane as the series marched on. Both returning fans and new audiences alike could see the cracks continuing to grow in what was once considered a watertight series. These cracks would eventually then give way when it was announced halfway through the airing of season 7 that Comedy Central would not be renewing the series further. And while no clear reasons have ever been given as far as my research has shown, the boring reality of it is that low ratings are likely the culprit. When Futurama started airing on Comedy Central, the show was getting over 2.5 million US viewers per episode, which was pretty good for a series on this network at the time. But by the latter half of season 7, it was barely scraping past 1 million. For a frame of reference, South Park was consistently doubling these numbers with its 16th and 17th seasons during those years, while airing at a similar time slot, and costing less to produce. Now, of course, viewership isn't the definitive metric for a show's quality. We literally talked about how bad ratings can be caused by various other factors not 30 minutes ago. But it's hard not to notice the correlation between the last 2 seasons' ratings with its overall critical response. It was getting advertised as much as any other show, it had a solid time slot. The simple fact of the matter is, people just weren't tuning in to watch it anymore. While it's definitely easy to blame Fox for a lot of the first run's failings, Comedy Central did everything in its power to give Futurama the best chance it could on their network. So sadly, there isn't anyone to really look at for how it did in its second run, outside of its own creative staff. Since the writers had gotten quite familiar with the sword of Damocles called cancellation over their head, though, they did have something brewing for the finale of season 7 in the event it would be yet another last. So the episode, meanwhile, would be the final swan song of Futurama, and it couldn't have been a more perfect way to end it. Starting off with the delivery to the moon, a clear callback to the second ever episode, meanwhile has Fry worried about a potential future without Leela, and so he decides he's going to propose to her. But after a mix-up with a button that rewinds everything 10 seconds and a watch with the wrong time, Fry ends up leaping to his death, believing he'd been rejected. An important reminder to turn your clocks back during daylight savings. However, after a dozen or so splatter carcasses across the pavement, the button ends up getting shattered, leaving Fry and Leela stuck inside the frozen time as the only ones able to move. If this was another show at another time, this would be the perfect setup for some wacky hijinks. But instead, the couple choose to take the opportunity to live out their happiest moment together, with no concerns or worries in this single snapshot of existence. Spending their honeymoon exploring the world, the duo simply enjoy each other's company as they grow old together. There's admittedly not a ton of laugh-out-loud bits throughout this episode, being more about the sincere emotion of it all, though it does have one of my personal favorite jokes in the series.
I tried to fix it once, but then I got mad and hit it some more. I guess it's good we didn't have children.
But as much as we wish we could, you can't live in that one moment forever. You have to move on at some point. So the final twist of the episode comes when the professor arrives through a time tunnel to fix the button, presenting the old newlyweds with the chance to return back to before time had been frozen, but with the caveat that they would forget everything that happened since. Obviously, there isn't really an option here since they can't reasonably leave everything in stasis, but there's a poetic beauty to the pair acknowledging the joy they had together and agreeing to do it all over again, even if it meant they would forget all the time they shared upon restarting, because they want to take the chance to re-experience it all over again, leaving us to question if it'll all play out exactly the same way or not.
Then, won't that simply lead us to the same conclusion as before?
I cannot deny the possibility.
Shit, sorry, wrong clip. If you want to take it a step further and reframe it a bit, knowing that meanwhile is the ending to the series, with the characters resetting the clock to some ambiguous time before the episode started, it actually creates a perfect cycle back around to the first episode, and Futurama becomes a story of Fry and Leela eternally going through their lives to fall in love again. If that implication wasn't already there, the original airing of Meanwhile was immediately followed by the pilot. This isn't an uncommon thing with series finales, since following up the last episode with its first is a nice reflection for how far a series has come, but I prefer to think of it as intentional on some level. As much as the final season had its ups and downs, I honestly don't think there could have been a better conclusion to send off the series, giving us a brilliant final moment with a couple that had been set up all the way back in 1999. But with that moment coming to an end, Futurama had to go with it. I hope that despite all my whinging, it's clear that I really do love this series. And the latter half of this video isn't an attempt to shit on the writers or anyone that enjoyed Futurama after the original run, but mostly venting frustrations about the issues that started coming up by the end. Regardless of all my gripes, Futurama was and still is an exceptional series. 7 years since the conclusion, even with the success of series like Rick and Morty and Final Space, fans and creators are still attempting to fill the void that Futurama left. And while we've gone close, nothing has done it so far. And I don't think anything ever will. To this day, Matt Groening and David X. Cohen are still asked at cons or during interviews if there's a chance Futurama might be brought back again in some shape or form in the future, with Groening continuing to say that he's always open for it to return whenever they're given the chance to. And I can see why he'd want to. In listening to things like the DVD commentary, you can tell there's a lot of ideas that the writers never got the chance to execute like they wanted to for one reason or another. When you're always planning for the next season to potentially be your last, it's difficult to actually pace out a series and do everything you'd like to. But by that same token, I think it's best that Futurama stays buried. In contrast to Groening, Cohen has recognized that the amount of times they've had to write a final episode is a bad sign for the show, which is why he's happy he was able to make as many episodes as he did. Looking back, even the 4 seasons of the original run is still plenty more than most other series are ever lucky enough to get. I can understand wanting to get another creative swing at something you think didn't get a fair shot, but with the amount of chances Futurama did get, at a certain point, you just gotta accept that it wasn't meant to be. Frankly, I think this is better than the alternative, because in television, there's definitely worse fates than death. So, rather than lamenting what could have been, like, what if Fox Studios weren't competent, or what if the show was able to get more of its old writers back for the later seasons, I think it's better to learn from Futurama itself, in that it's healthier to accept what happened in the past, and using that to look towards the future.
In 2015, Retro Gamer magazine asked readers to list their top 10 video games for the magazine's 150 Greatest Games of All Time feature. Coming in at number 1 on almost 20% of all ballots was Super Mario World. It was a landslide victory, and for good reason. Super Mario World not only showed off the new bells and whistles of the Super Nintendo, it redefined what Super Mario games could be. The goal was no longer to get the high score and defeat Bowser. It was to explore an entirely new world, finding hidden paths and secret levels. Mario had an arsenal of new power-ups, moves, and friends. But above all, the game gave players more freedom than ever before. Super Mario World is widely considered the apex of 2D platforming. But it was a masterpiece made under challenging circumstances. For the first time, new competition threatened Nintendo's position in the video game market. The Super Mario World development team had to learn new hardware, the 16-bit Super Famicom, or Super Nintendo, and they had to learn it quickly in order for the game to launch with the new console. The result was the best Super Mario game yet, and arguably, ever. It helped ensure Nintendo stayed competitive in a new, more powerful era of video games. This is the story of Super Mario World.
It's about time for the Famicom to start dropping off. I think people are getting tired of it. Hiroshi Yamauchi.
In the summer of 1988, Nintendo President Hiroshi Yamauchi made a stunning declaration. The Famicom era was coming to an end. Nintendo's Family Computer Console, or Famicom for short, was first released in Japan in July of 1983. By 1988, Nintendo had sold 12 million systems and untold millions of games, giving them a 90% share of the Japanese video game market. But Yamauchi had reason to be concerned. Sales of the Famicom had peaked in 1986 and were slowly dropping. In an exclusive interview with Japanese magazine Touch, Yamauchi expressed disappointment in the Famicom's recent sales numbers and admitted that the next generation of consoles had arrived. There was new competition in the video game market. In October of 1987, NEC, a massive electronics corporation, threw its hat in the ring with the PC Engine console. NEC boasted about the technological superiority of its system and planned to release a CD-ROM attachment in the future. The PC Engine appealed to teenagers and young adults. In just 2 months, NEC shipped more than 500,000 consoles. Nintendo was also keeping tabs on Sega. Sega was planning to launch their new console, the Mega Drive, in October of 1988. Sega boasted their new system would be capable of more than just playing video games. It would have a modem, a printer, and more. The Mega Drive was also the first 16-bit video game console. Sega proudly slapped a 16-bit label on their system. All of a sudden, Nintendo's 8-bit Famicom seemed underpowered and outdated. But Yamauchi had a surprise. In the interview with Touch Magazine, he announced that Nintendo was shifting focus to their next-generation console, the 16...
Now that The Simpsons is in its 34th season, there have been many episodes released in the past that are either irrelevant in this modern era or have aged poorly. But there are episodes that address issues that existed in the past until today. This video will talk about Season 20, Episode 7, released in 2008. My Pods and Boomsticks is one of the most controversial episodes of The Simpsons. The episode is full of irony and the epitome of modern-day consumer stereotypes and ignorance. The elements or flaws of modern society are subtly displayed through the use of humor, puns, and sarcasm, among many other devices. When analyzing an episode of The Simpsons, do you wonder if there's more to The Simpsons than entertainment? At the beginning of the episode, The Simpsons walk into the new Maple store that opened in their mall.
I got a Maple store! It's so sterile.
This is a pun that represents Apple. Lisa is too absorbed in Maple and all the MyPods, but everything is too expensive for her to afford. She asked the staff if she could buy fake earphones to make it look like she owns a MyPod. Her desire to be cool and own a MyPod pokes fun at people in today's society and how we think the way to be accepted and popular is to own expensive things. We live in a society that makes us think that we are cool if we have these kinds of items. Another pun in this episode is Steve Mobs, Mapple's founder, a reference to Apple founder Steve Jobs. The whole scene with Steve Mobs used sarcasm to make fun of all the people who stupidly spend tons of money on Apple products. Bart pretends to be Steve Mobs, giving a speech to all the people in the Maple store, telling them that they are stupid and that he is ripping them off and making a bunch of money off of them. The clients in the store were completely shocked and horrified by this speech.
Cool because you buy a $500 phone with a picture of a fruit on it? Well, guess what? They cost $8 to make, and I pee on every one. I have made a fortune off you chumps, and I've invested it all in Microsoft. Now my boyfriend Bill Gates and I kiss each other on a pile of your money.
This scene shows the ignorance of people today and how big companies like Apple make them think their products are great, when in reality we are just spending hundreds of dollars on a phone with an Apple on it. There is also a joke at the end of the episode when Lisa goes to Steve Mobs begging him to lower her price on her MyBill, since she wasn't aware that downloading more than 2,000 songs would cost so much money. He tells her he can't help her and says,
I'm sorry, I know our posters say think differently, but our real slogan is no refunds.
Oh, can't you open your Maple menu and click on the compassion bar? Oh, please.
Lisa, how would you like to work for Maple?
Would I ever? Think differently.
This is sarcasm of corporations and the way they fool people into thinking they mean well, when in reality they just want our cash. Along with the satire of the ignorance of consumers, this episode also discusses many stereotypes of modern-day society. In this episode, Bart meets a new kid, Bashir, whose family recently moved to the United States from Jordan. The Simpsons have Bashir and his family over for dinner, and Homer becomes suspicious of them because they are Muslim. Throughout the episode, Homer tries to prove that Bashir's parents are terrorists.
Darling, I think you're working much too hard. Yes, I am killing myself, but it is all for the profit. After the explosion, I will be in a better place. That corner office with the downtown view?
This situation represents the stereotypes that are created by society, and this is worrying because some people even believe that all Muslims are dangerous terrorists. Sarcasm is shown in many instances. One that stuck out was when Homer makes fun of the Muslim religion and culture.
Praise be Oliver.
That's Allah.
We'll look it up in the Corona.
Another example is the scene when one of Homer's friend, Mo, tells him that
Homer, this is serious. This Bashir kid is Muslim, and therefore up to something.
I can't believe that till I see a fictional TV program exposing your point of view.
For the last time, Fire, where did you hide the nerve gas? She laughed it.
Oh my god, what can I do?
throughout this episode, these two aspects of modern-day society are cleverly shown in the actions of the characters, as well as through the satirical devices such as humor, puns, sarcasm, and irony. The ignorance of consumers is shown as Lisa obsesses over her MyPod, and Steve Mobs fools people into buying Maple products. While stereotypes are shown as Homer suspects a Muslim family and tries to prove that they are terrorists. The Simpsons, while making fun, is discussing serious issues that are happening in our world that we, as a society, ignore or are part of the problem. The Simpsons is a great teaching tool, presented in a humorous way that shows that The Simpsons is not just about entertaining, but educating us to be aware of the problems we create. That will be all for today's video. Like, subscribe, and leave a comment for other topics to talk about. Once again, this is Fear. See you in the next video.
There is a show that airs every night on the Fox network from around 6 to 8 p.m. And it's an animated series about a family of 5, Homer, Marge, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie. And it's not an exceptionally entertaining show, in fact, it's downright mediocre. But what's so unusual about it is that the show goes by the name The Simpsons. And the reason this is so strange is that it bears a striking resemblance to another animated TV series from the early 90s, one also called The Simpsons, which many people, myself included, consider the greatest piece of television of the 20th century. But make no mistake, no matter how similar these two appear, no matter what surface level resemblances exist, these are not the same show. And this, friends, is the story of how one became the other. How one of the best and most influential TV shows of all time became just another sitcom. This is the fall of The Simpsons. How it happened. So, to keep this outside the realms of my own subjective opinion, we're going to chart The Simpsons' decline off the IMDb user review data, collected from nearly 300,000 individual episode reviews, aggregated over the show's 28 seasons, which looks like this. Yikes. And so the conversation is, how did we get from the Simpsons mania of the 90s to present day, where the show is now widely referred to as Zombie Simpsons? And to understand this, as well as the gravity of its decline, we need to first go back to the series' origins. TV of the 80s was a very different place than what we have today. While the first half of the decade was dominated by soaps like Dallas and Dynasty, in its later half we would see the return and rise of the TV family sitcom, with shows like Different Strokes, Alf, and Family Ties dominating primetime TV slots. Each of these big shows centered around instilling the virtues of the American family unit, with smart aleck but well-meaning kids and wizened, loving parents. The families being shown on TV were safe and comfortable depictions of the staunchly middle-upper class, rich enough to be aspirational while not so wealthy that they become unrelatable, which was fine as long as you were never in the mood for anything more than good, wholesome fun. But it was also TV at its softest and most docile. There's a sugary blandness to the television of this period, or as Matt Groening referred to it, the zombification of the American family. And it seemed like this was the way family sitcom was going to stay, right up until the last dying breath of the 80s, when on December 14th, 1989, 2 weeks before the closing of the decade, the Fox network aired the first episode of The Simpsons, and in doing so, completely transformed television as we know it. It was dark, it was satirical, and it was hilarious. Rather than embrace the virtues of the American family like every other show of that time, The Simpsons seemed to be actively mocking them. It's a little hard to imagine given the modern media landscape, but back then The Simpsons were seen as an expression of blatant anti-authority, disruptive entertainment that challenged every convention of primetime TV that had built up over the 40 years of its existence. The Simpsons was counterculture, shining a spotlight and satirizing every ugly wart of American society that so many others willingly ignored. Bullying, depression, the struggle of the lower middle class. Nothing was off limits and everything was game, and The Simpsons took gleeful joy in exposing it all. Such disregard for what at the time were seen as modern American values quickly drew the ire of many parental and watchdog groups, decrying The Simpsons as abashedly un-American, even drawing the disdain of former United States President George Bush Sr.
Make American families a lot more like the Waltons and a lot less like the Simpsons.
Of course, the disdain of such massive authority figures only fueled the flames of The Simpsons' countercultural blaze, and audiences across the world fell in love with the distinctly dysfunctional family. If you were born after 1990, you probably don't remember how big Simpsons Mania actually was, but for a time, The Simpsons was easily the biggest fictional property in all of media, with even throwaway pieces of Simpsons merchandise turning into their own miniature cultural touchstones, like the Simpsons arcade game, a staple of 90s arcades across the world, or Bart Simpson's Guide to Life, which to this day is still one of my favorite books I've ever read. The Simpsons even had hit songs like the infamous Do the Bart Man.
If you can do the Bart, you're bad like Michael Jackson. Everybody, you can do the Bart man. Check it out.
And so Simpsons Mania blazed on. But what truly made the show special was 3 core principles, each of which could be represented by one of the show's 3 creators. The first of which was Matt Groening. Groening was the one who conceived the initial premise for The Simpsons. He first came to prominence with his uniquely warped counterculture comic, Life in Hell. And if you go back and read this comic now, it's incredible how much of early Simpsons' rebellious spirit exists in it. And it's this disdain for authority and convention that gave classic Simpsons the edge it had. The second major creative force behind the show was Sam Simon. A veteran writer of TV sitcoms like Taxi and Cheers, Simon was the person who took Groening's rebellious concept and gave it form, turning it into an actual TV show. He was the one who hired and led the original writing team, and instilled the idea that the comedy of the show should always be grounded in its characters, and not just be a string of cartoonish gags, which gave the characters a real weight and honesty while also keeping the show consistently hilarious. The third and final major contributor to The Simpsons was a little more hands-off than Simon and Groening, but arguably just as important, and that was its producer, James L. Brooks, who not only was the one pushing for the series to get made in the first place, but also largely credited as being the person to bring a heart to The Simpsons. While not on the actual writing staff, he'd often come to the yearly story retreats and was always keen to encourage ideas that were more emotionally resonant than they were satirical or comedic, often pushing episodes that featured Lisa or Marge as the protagonist, and is even credited at penning the beautifully bittersweet moment from the episode Lisa's Substitute, where Mr. Bergstrom hands Lisa a note that simply reads, "You are Lisa Simpson," before disappearing from her life forever. Rebellious satire, comedy grounded in character, and heart. These men and their ideals were at the core of The Simpsons, something that is plainly obvious by the fact that you can still see their names listed at the start of every episode. Of course, that's to say nothing of the actual writing staff who were also heavily involved in the development. John Swartzwell, John Vitti, Conan O'Brien, David M. Stern, these and many others were the exceptionally talented writers that made up the early staff of The Simpsons. And while Groening, Simon and Brooks oversaw the show's creation, these were the people that crafted each and every episode. One thing that becomes abundantly clear after going through enough old interviews with these guys is the incredible amount of work that went into each and every script. A team of roughly 12 writers would work multiple long 11-hour days on a single episode. And it's a little hard to imagine now given how seamlessly the comedy in classic Simpsons flows, but I think once you start to break down the way these jokes work, the effort behind them becomes abundantly clear. Let's take one of my favorite moments from one of my favorite episodes, Bart Sells His Soul, in which Bart sells his soul to Milhouse for $5. And after a run of bad luck and a rather horrifying existential nightmare, he realizes what a mistake he's made and journeys out late into the night in order to find Milhouse and reclaim his lost soul. And then this happens.
Finally, a little luck.
It's a brilliant, darkly hilarious piece of comedy, timed, paced, and delivered to near perfection. But what's interesting is what happens when you break down the mechanics of how this joke works, mainly by recognizing that this is not one singular joke, but a combination of smaller ones. It starts with Bart's bike being run over by the street sweeper. Second, it turns out all the street sweeper actually did was clean the bike. Third, no, it's actually been destroyed. Fourth, the reveal that this was actually an act of malice by some psychotic, nameless public servant. And finally, the street sweeper plunging down the stairwell. That's 5 jokes in 15 seconds. And I get that by breaking them down like this, I'm robbing them of some of their magic. But I think it's important to understand the underlying structure. And that is how each little piece of comedy builds on and expands on the one that came before it, crescendoing in the beautifully absurd and nearly surreal punchline. And it's a perfect example of the brilliant layered comedy of the jokes of classic Simpsons. These are jokes that, according to writers of The Simpsons from the time, go through roughly 30 to 40 drafts of rewrites, which I think is genuinely evident from their makeup. They're simply too layered and too intricate to be the product of one single writing pass. And this is also a style of comedy that was completely distinct to everything else at the time. Sitcoms of the late 80s and early 90s were ruled by the laughter track, which had been a staple of American sitcoms since the 1950s, originally provided by a live studio audience, but now was just fake canned laughter, used as an artificial way to prop up one-liners and unimaginative quips. The problem with these laughter tracks is that they only allow for jokes to be structured in a very particular way, with long lead-ins and big punchlines. But there is also a forced quality to it too, as it takes the onus away from the audience and tells us when to react. And if a joke is genuinely funny, then surely we don't need it to be pointed out to us. And if you want to see some proof of this, just check out what an existential nightmare The Big Bang Theory turns into when the laughter track is removed.
Sorry I'm late. What happened? Nothing. I just really didn't want to come.
Ugh. Not only is there not a laughter track in The Simpsons, there straight up could not be one. The pace, rhythm, and subtlety of the jokes didn't allow for it. Take our previous street sweeper gag. The way the joke is interconnected and paced means there's no space for canned laughter. The only place you could put it would be right at the end, and by doing so, you would ruin the darkly surreal atmosphere the joke establishes. And so, in disregarding the biggest crutch of TV sitcoms of that era, The Simpsons created a different style of comedy to anything else at the time. One that was consistently creative, surprising, and hilarious. And yet, despite how exceptionally the show delivered its comedy, it never did so at the expense of its characters. I think the key to what makes these characters so distinct and memorable is that each one operates off a very specific set of conflicting beliefs and motivations. Take Homer, for example. He's an emotional man, equally prone to bouts of both intense joy and excitement, as well as fits of blinding rage. He's unintelligent and slow-witted, but not just that. He was also gluttonous and extremely lazy, and this aspect of his character would often prove more detrimental to him than his low intelligence. He was also an optimist, often choosing to ignore problems until they became unavoidable, but also just kind of wanted to be left alone, to go about his life his own way and enjoy the little pleasures of it on his own terms. And lastly, he really, really cares about his family. These are the core traits that define Homer Simpson. These are the motivations and beliefs that determine each action he takes, and in any given scene you can see one or more of them pulling him in different directions. In other words, there was a consistent internal logic to Homer. No matter how outlandish the situation he was in, Homer could always be expected to act like Homer. And so when comedy did occur, you weren't just laughing because something goofy was happening, you were doing so because a character you were intimately familiar with had done something that made sense to them and only them. The comedy of Homer's character comes from his failings causing him to misinterpret the world around him and suffer because of it. This is the kind of character writing that was dense throughout every episode of The Simpsons. But it's only when this combined with the show's expertly crafted narratives that the series' true strength becomes apparent. Even when the show ventured into its more surreal territory, which it often did, there was always the feeling that each story had something to say, from accepting one's own mortality to corruption in politics, and even the nature of the human soul. And yet it did all this with a sincerity that never felt patronizing. And so The Simpsons delivered classic episode after classic episode, like the touching, poignant Lisa on Ice, the genius season-spanning cliffhanger Who Shot Mr. Burns, and the irreverent, hilarious Last Exit to Springfield. These and so many others are some of the finest pieces of television ever crafted, and cemented The Simpsons not only as one of the greatest TV shows of all time, but as a bona fide worldwide cultural phenomenon. The Simpsons, it seemed, was unstoppable. And then, Season 8 happened. The 8th season of The Simpsons is odd. It's still home to a lot of classic stories, in particular the episode Homer's Enemy, which is the all-time highest rated episode of the entire show. But when you look at this season closely, things were beginning to change in subtle but meaningful ways. The rock-solid narrative commentaries of the earlier seasons were gradually giving way to stories that were growing increasingly more nonsensical. Homer became a heavyweight boxer, Bart started working at a burlesque club, Marge got involved with both the Italian mob and Japanese yakuza, and the family hired a magical British nanny. And I like all these episodes, but what they represent is the start of a pivot away from satire, straight into the absurd. A pivot that's full significance would only truly come to light a season later with the infamous episode, The Principle of the Pauper. It's an episode largely reviled by the hardcore Simpsons fanbase, and was originally written about by Simpsons authority Charlie Sweatpants in one of his many fantastic blog posts about the show. Like a lot of seasons 8 to 10, the episode itself isn't particularly bad, and there's even some great jokes in there. But the problem comes from how it shatters the fictional integrity of one of the show's most beloved characters, Principal Seymour Skinner. Skinner, like so many other of the supporting cast of The Simpsons, is a geniusly written character. Designed as the direct antithesis to Bart, Skinner is a rigidly authoritarian abider of rules and a strict believer in hierarchy and order, used to hilarious effect in the episode The Boy Who Knew Too Much. But at the center of Skinner's character and what made him this way is his upbringing by his tyrannically oppressive, razor-tongued mother, Agnes. And the pair were a hilarious commentary on what overly authoritative parenting could do to a person.
I owe everything I have to my mother's watchful eye and swift hand. Oh, there's Mother now, watching me. Well, I have a right to be here. It's school business. Mother, that sailor suit doesn't fit anymore.
I think we should go.
It's dark, comedic Simpsons brilliance, emblematic of how Simpsons of the 90s handled its characters. And in 22 short minutes, the principal and the pauper undoes all that. The entire episode is based around the premise that the upbringing that made Principal Skinner who he is and is so integral to his character never actually happened. Instead, the character we thought was Seymour Skinner is actually Armin Tanzarian, a street punk from Capital City who switched identities with his MIA officer after returning from the Vietnam War. It's not the first time The Simpsons delved into absurdist storytelling. Various episodes from even the earliest seasons would occasionally dabble in this kind of immersion-shattering narratives, but throughout them, we could always rely on the characters to act like the characters. But now, this episode was telling us that a character who's been built up carefully for 8 years isn't real and never was. All for the sake of a cheap gag narrative that ultimately goes nowhere and says nothing. It felt wrong, a little perverse even. And if this perversion had remained just in this one episode, it wouldn't have been that big a deal. But unfortunately, this was just a prelude of what was to come. Slowly, as The Simpsons crept along, little pieces of it would start falling away and disappear. The narratives were becoming less poignant, the characters less consistent, and a lot of the jokes were starting to land with the laziness of the most average of sitcoms. Something was changing for the primetime series. Something was corrupting The Simpsons. And I think you can boil down this shift in direction to two primary factors. And to find the first, we need to look to what was happening to the staff that made up The Simpsons of the late 90s. The three people credited as creating the show were long gone at this point. Matt Groening had moved on to other projects like Futurama, Sam Simon had left in 1993 over creative differences, and Brooks became less involved with the show from around 1995 after a public dispute with Groening over the episode A Star is Burns. There had also been some deaths on the cast, most notably the tragic passing of Phil Harmon and Doris Graw, which unfortunately left some of the show's best characters without a voice, and that's to say nothing of the actual writing staff itself. Here's a list of every major writer who was a lead on multiple episodes of The Simpsons during its most acclaimed period. In other words, the writers who shaped what the series was. And watch as we go forward through the years, more and more drop off, with a massive exodus right at the start of season 8, which is when the ratings for the show would begin their slow decline, with only a tiny percentage of the original staff left by season 12. I want to make it clear at this point that the purpose of this video is not to demonize any of the staff of The Simpsons from season 10 on, namely because I think that's a bit of a shitty thing to do, but also I think the problems are more complicated than that. But what I do want to do is explore how this change of staff affected the writing behind the series and how it changed its style of comedy. The best analysis I've seen of this is from a 2016 blog post written by Jonathan Jason, in which he breaks down a joke from a more recent season in the style of both modern Simpsons and classic Simpsons. The joke goes like this. Homer is sitting in an airport and over a loudspeaker a voice announces, "Boarding has commenced for women, children, and fat men." To which Homer exclaims excitedly, "That's me!" And that's the joke. With all due respect to the person who penned this line, does this really feel like a joke that went through 30 or 40 drafts like Simpsons of old? It has no layers, no subtlety, it's just a self-referential throwaway piece of nothing, and ironically, the exact kind of joke a laughter track would fit over perfectly. Now watch what happens when Jason rewrites the same joke in the style of classic Simpsons. We have the same setup with the same announcement for women, children, and fat men, but this time Homer ignores the announcement and sits in blissful ignorance, before being approached by an airport staff member who taps him on the shoulder and says, sir? And points towards a queue of overweight men, before cutting back to Homer, who had let out a disappointed doe. See how now, all at once, the joke is funny, tells us a little bit about Homer's character, about the airport and its staff, and is even a mild commentary on how society views obesity? Now it has layers. Now it has a purpose. The article also reveals another problem that was creeping its way into The Simpsons, and that is the two characters present here are not actually the same person. One is the slow-witted, downtrodden everyman from the first 7 seasons, and the other is jerk-ass Homer. Jerk-ass Homer is a term that's been coined to describe Homer of the modern era. While classic Homer is layered and nuanced, jerk-ass Homer is basically a wacky cartoon dad, an indestructible, supremely confident sociopath who's willing to leap headlong into any new venture for the most nonsensical of motives. There's little rhyme or reason to his actions, and the lens of satire was now being turned firmly inwards, with many of Homer's jokes being lame, self-referential one-liners of a far weaker show.
Fog machine? Even I think this is crazy.
And this shift could be felt not only in each member of the Simpsons family, but in every resident of Springfield, sometimes completely destroying characters in the process. Moe went from a violent, low-life, vaguely criminal owner of a shady bar to a boring, lovelorn family friend who only occasionally said the wrong thing. Lisa went from a skeptical, isolated intellectual and voice of reason to someone who religiously follows popular trends. Or Barney, who goes from an alcoholic to a coffee drinker, turning him from a hilariously dark representation of a major societal woe into, well, someone who likes coffee. Every dark, satirical edge of Springfield was being smoothed out and sterilized. Its characters were slowly devolving into simple-minded cartoons of what they had once been, the exact kind of one-dimensional writing Sam Simon had worked so hard to avoid. The second major reason for the show's change is a little less tangible. The Simpsons was born out of a complete disdain for the status quo, a hatred for the neutered, zombified version of the American family that sitcoms of the late 80s depicted. And this anger gave The Simpsons its cynical edge it used to tear through pop culture of the time. But now, 10 years later, The Simpsons was no longer a cruel and biting attack on popular media. It was popular media. The pop culture landscape that the show had been created to lampoon had been utterly obliterated, and in doing so, The Simpsons lost its ability to truly be satire. Characters that had been conceived as a harsh critique of TV stereotypes of the time now lost all context, and The Simpsons itself was even being parodied by newer shows like Family Guy and South Park. The Simpsons as a show had aged out, and as a result, it needed to transform and change its identity to stay relevant. And it did so in the most disappointing way possible. And that was that rather than treating the idea of celebrity with the wry disdain it had in its earlier seasons, modern Simpsons revels in the celebration of the rich and famous. No longer were bespoke guest characters created for each new celebrity. The joke now was just let the Simpsons meet a celebrity and have that serve as the gag. And the result is some of the weakest, most insincere writing of the entire show.
Welcome to the United Kingdom.
Prime Minister Tony Blair?
Hey, Blink-182!
Thanks for the lift, Tony Hawk. I gotta go now, Tony Hawk.
Bart! You know Tony Hawk?
Is this really the same show that so thoroughly took apart celebrity-centric culture in episodes like Radioactive Man, Bart Gets Famous, and The B-Sharps? And the answer is no, it's not. This is no longer a show that satirizes pop culture. This is one that actively worships it. The only thing that The Simpsons was a parody of now was The Simpsons. And this is the state it would remain in for the next 2 decades, a soulless, shambling husk that only vaguely resembles what it had once been. And this is the period known as zombies. And so with this in mind, let's return to our graph and put all this together. The Simpsons was born in the last breath of the 80s and quickly became the dominant force of early 90s television, with a ferociously satirical slant on not only entertainment, but also society itself, with masterfully written episodes and characters that drew in a global audience. thus creating Simpsons Mania, right up until season 8, where major staff changes slowly began to eke away at the identity and craft that made the show great. Slowly, little pieces of The Simpsons began falling away, with characters that were beginning to only vaguely resemble who they had once been, reaching a critical limit in season 9 with the Principal and the Pauper. And thus, the show begins relying more and more on outlandish plots and absurd, self-referential writing. Until season 12, when now a decade away from the media landscape it had been created as a response to, the show ages out, and in an effort to stay relevant, transforms its relationship with pop culture, and in doing so, snuffed out the final spark that made The Simpsons what it was. And so, Zombie Simpsons is born, which would cause the legendary series to fall into a decline that is still happening today, bottoming out at its most recent season 28, with the lowest ratings of the series' entire history. Ultimately, it's hard not to feel sad about what's happened to The Simpsons, but even if the same staff had stayed on, even if everything had remained exactly the same for the show internally, I think Simpsons was too much of a time that it could never really have survived the turn of the millennium. So much of it was so rooted in the culture of the 90s and its media, and I think that's okay. I think entertainment isn't meant to last forever. Rather, it's an extension of the people and places that made it at a particular moment in time. And that's what The Simpsons is. One of the purest and most raw expressions of social and political unrest. Beautifully told and hilariously depicted. And despite what it's become and how it's all ended, I can't help be so glad that we got those early seasons. It was a show that shaped a generation and transformed entertainment as we know it. And I'm very, very glad it did. But regardless, this has been the story of how the greatest show on earth became just another sitcom. This was the fall of The Simpsons. How it happened. Friends, that's gonna do it. Oh god, oh no, it's bad. 19 years. 19 f***ing years. Life is a nightmare. Don't ever believe in anything. Would be a brief summation on my thoughts on Shenmue 3, the long-awaited sequel to, unsurprisingly, Shenmue 1 and 2. And I love these games. Granted, their gameplay has aged about as well as this very real Richard Nixon presidential campaign badge, but in 1999, these games were insane. They were the industry's first foray into massive 3D open-world games with a budget and scope that was new and different and mind-blowing. And it was their director, Yu Suzuki, that drove that. A strange but passionate fellow who, in a very real way, revolutionized the games industry again and again. And to him, Shenmue was the opportunity to bring about a new era of gaming, which is why it was so hard to watch Shenmue fade into obscurity, and why each failed attempt to bring it back was so painful, because you knew at the heart of these games there was a person who really cared, who really believed in them. But as the years went on, Yu Suzuki too would disappear from the industry. But that's why it was so exciting when in E3 2015, Yu Suzuki re-emerged, walked out on stage and announced that after 14 years, Shenmue 3 was entering development, fueled by a Kickstarter campaign that would go on to be backed by 69,000 people. And as one of those people, I can tell you it felt like more than just backing a video game, but giving this legend one final chance to cement his legacy. Which is why it's so hard to write this next sentence. I have played Shenmue 3 to completion twice, and oh god. This is the most disappointed I've been in a game since I realized Peter Molyneux was a crazy person, and until the last third of the Final Fantasy VII Remake. And if you've followed me for a while, you know the deal here. I don't like to shit on stuff for the sake of it, but I will if it's something that means a lot to me. And if you've seen my other video, Shenmue does. I have tried, God help me, I have tried to love this game, but Shenmue 3 feels like a relic of outdated game design while simultaneously being a far worse experience than the original games. destroying any potential the series had. But before we get into how disappointing I feel this game is, I think it's only right to acknowledge that there are some positives to it. A lot of talented people put a lot of hard work into this, and so I think it's only fair to take a moment and talk about some of the things I genuinely liked about Shenmue 3. Shenmue 3 raised $6.3 million on Kickstarter, and despite some additional funding from Sony, Deep Silver, and Slacker backers, any reasonable estimate of its budget would still only be at a fraction of the original games, which, adjusting for inflation, was about $70 million. But despite this, very few of my problems with this game are budget related. In fact, I think if anything, the team has done a great job building an open world on limited resources. Technically, the game runs fine, and even more than that, it can be at times straight up beautiful. From the apricot skies of Bailu Village to the torch flame-soaked nights of Nailu City. The environments of Shenmue are gorgeous, and particularly its interiors. There's one section of the game where you explore the home of a rural Chinese stonemason, and wow, it really feels like the home of a rural Chinese stonemason. The house littered with all these unusual tools, jars of ink, and even magazines on stonemasonry. And even by modern standards, it's really impressive. This same sense of presentation carries through to a lot of Shenmue 3. From the game's really well-directed action scenes to the occasional injection of goofy humor, there's a care put into these moments that make them shine, and that's also true of the game's minigames. Every side activity, whether you're chopping wood, training your one-inch punch, or just gambling, it all looks and sounds great, and one of these activities is even the return of the capsule toy minigames, now featuring these really nicely modeled little miniatures of the characters of Shenmue in a very cute and welcome homage to the originals, even if Ryo holding a tiny forklift version of himself is a little... There's a real nostalgia here. The moment the game opened up and I watched Ryo exit a cave I'd walked him into 19 years ago, I made a noise like, "Whoa, Shenmue!" And likewise, seeing characters fully rendered that for years have only existed in concept art is awesome. Even Chai's back, guys. Chai! This is clearly a game made by people who really love Shenmue, and nothing about it feels like a shameless cash-in. And that's maybe the most impressive thing about Shenmue 3. It exists. After 19 years and a nearly endless avalanche of delays, cancellations, and setbacks, Yu Suzuki did it. He released his vision and made his game, and whatever else I say this video, I still have a massive amount of respect for this man and everything he's been able to achieve. And unfortunately, that's the last positive thing I have to say about Shenmue 3. This is a game so baffling in its game design and construction that just trying to piece together how it all ended up like this was a huge part of putting together this video. And unfortunately, a lot of this comes back to Yu Suzuki as a game designer, and you can feel this the moment you step out into Shenmue's bizarre and broken world.
Around me are familiar faces born out.
When you first step out into Bailu Village, most of your time in Shenmue 3 will be spent locating the correct NPC to talk to in order to advance the story. And by advance the story, I do of course mean be told about the next NPC you need to talk to. These interactions are the breadcrumb trail that lead you through the game, and they are so strange. Some of the character models for NPCs look fine, cute even, but others look like the Titans from Attack on Titan, shrunk down and squeezed into people clothes, and if they look kind of uncanny, just wait until they speak. There is nothing I could write to illustrate to you how surreal these conversations are, so I'm just going to play you the very first one of the entire game. Enjoy.
Hey, Shenhua.
We have to get to the village.
Let's go. Do you have any idea where your father might have gone?
No, I don't.
Has this ever happened before?
With my father?
Yeah. Has he ever disappeared without telling you?
No, never.
I see.
Conversations are filled with these really strange fades to black, only to continue like nothing happened. Characters will constantly react to things that have not been said, or even refer to events that have already happened as if they're about to happen, making it feel like the characters are talking to each other from alternate universes.
I'm looking for someone named Yuan.
No, I haven't.
Come to apprentice under me, have you?
Oh, nothing.
And look, I'm a huge fan of weird interactions with strange characters, but the problem is when you get past the sheer uncanniness of these conversations, no one ever really says anything. 95% of your conversations will be about where Ryo needs to walk next, with very little character given to these characters, meaning they just feel like living, breathing signposts, their sole existence in service of pointing Ryo to his next destination. And yeah, the dialogue of the original Shenmue games were also bizarre, and you could argue that that was part of their charm. I do.
Katie, are you trying to tell me something gross?
I just wanted to let you know I saw those memes and I thought of you and I had to send them to you.
Yeah, man, I do like your farts.
But localizations like this did not.
Oh no, you always said you wanted to suck a fart out of me. So I laughed when I saw those and I'm like, maybe Steven would like this.
Stop it. That's not quite what I said. I was joking.
Exist back then, and that charm comes from the fact that no one
saw those and I'm like, maybe Steven would like this.
Damn, I think I might be a dumbass. Yeah.
As a hotel clerk, I've seen my fair share of strange... As a hotel clerk, I've seen my fair share of strange guests come and go. But the residents of this hotel in particular are on a whole different level. The eerie whispers and footsteps that I would hear in the empty corridors at night, the way customers would disappear for days on end, only to reappear as if nothing had happened. The way the air seemed to chill whenever I went into certain rooms. But then, I started to notice the little details. The way guests would avoid making eye contact with me, as if they were hiding something. The strange symbols and markings etched into the walls and furniture. The way the hotel seemed to shift and change when I wasn't looking. I knew I had to get out of there, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. I was drawn to the hotel, to its secrets and its mysteries. I had to know what was really going on, even if it meant risking my own sanity. I could have left, but I didn't. A strong curiosity kept me here, and I've worked long enough to have some pretty wild stories. Now I'm ready to share some of my story. But be warned, once you start listening, there's no turning back. You'll be drawn into the darkness just like I was, and you'll never be able to forget what you find within these walls. I'm kidding. Enjoy. When I started working here, I didn't know what to expect. It was never briefed above service level instructions. Dealing with guests was my #1 priority, so I sat front and center to anyone who walked in. One time, when I was still relatively new, as I stood behind the reception desk, I heard a soft knock on the door. I looked up and saw a tall, thin man standing in the hallway. He was pale, with dark circles under his eyes and a faint sheen of sweat on his forehead. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The man's lips curved into a faint smile. "I'm looking for a room," he said. His voice was low and raspy, like he hadn't used it in a long time. I hesitated for a moment. There was something about this man that made me uneasy, but I couldn't just turn him away. After all, that's what I was here for. "Of course," I said, forcing a smile. "We have a few rooms available. Do you have a reservation?" The man shook his head. "No, I just need a place to rest for a few days. I've been traveling for a long time." I raised an eyebrow. It was unusual for someone to just show up without a reservation, especially at this time of night. But I didn't want to pry. I didn't want to know any more about this man than I had to. "That's no problem," I said, grabbing a key from the drawer. "We have a nice room on the 3rd floor. It's quiet and private." The man nodded, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. "That will do just fine," he said. I handed him the key and watched as he turned to leave. "Enjoy your stay," I called out, but he didn't respond. He just disappeared down the hallway, leaving me alone with my thoughts. For the rest of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I looked up, I expected to see the pale man standing in the doorway, staring at me with those dark, empty eyes. But he never came back. The next morning, I heard a commotion coming from the 3rd floor. I rushed upstairs to find the room the man had rented the night before. But it was empty. The bed was made, the curtains were drawn, and there was no sign that anyone had ever been there. I searched the rest of the hotel, but the man was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. I knew then I wasn't dealing with a normal guest. I was dealing with something much more sinister. Another time, as I was making my rounds, I heard a strange scratching noise coming from one of the rooms. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. I tried the handle, but it was locked. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do. The scratching noise was getting louder, and I could hear a faint hissing sound coming from inside the room. It sounded like something was trying to escape. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open, bracing myself for whatever was on the other side. But what I saw was beyond anything I could have imagined. There, on the ceiling, was a creature that looked like a cross between a spider and a human. It had long, spindly legs and a pair of glowing eyes that stared down at me. I stood, frozen in shock, unable to move or speak. The creature hissed and lunged at me, its sharp claws scraping against the ceiling as it moved. I managed to snap out of my trance and ran out of the room, slamming the door shut behind me. I could hear the creature pounding on the other side, but I didn't look back. I just kept running until I reached the safety of the reception desk. From that day on, I avoided that room at all costs. I didn't want to know what other horrors were lurking within its walls. I just focused on my job and tried to forget about the strange guest that called that room home. There was one particular guest who always made me uncomfortable. Every time he checked in, he would try to lure me into his room with promises of untold riches or secrets of the universe. But I always declined, knowing that there was something sinister lurking behind his charming facade. He was a tall, handsome man with a smooth voice and a magnetic presence. But there was something off about him. His eyes were cold and empty, and there was a darkness that seemed to radiate from his very being. Despite my reservations, I couldn't help but to be drawn to him. There was something intoxicating about his presence, and I found myself drawn to his room time and time again. But each time I approached his door, I would hear a voice in my head warning me to turn back. And each time, I would listen to that voice and retreat, leaving the man alone in his room. I knew that I had to stay away from him, no matter how tempting his offers may have been. I couldn't allow myself to be drawn to his dark world. I had to stay strong and resist his charms, no matter the cost. After a while of working here, though, I started getting used to my strange customers. I learned to keep to myself for the most part, and that no one could help me if I was...
Sounded for real to me. Okay, I'm passing out. Good night.
I mean, a little bit. In a way, not quite, but a little bit. Good night. Hope you have some good sleep. Bye-bye, kitty.
were caught out. I wasn't alone.
money to buy as many bone bolts for this crossbow as I can physically manage. Unfortunately, this account does have the disadvantage of never being able to get an Ava's accumulator. That's just gonna be way too many tiles, so I can't save any of my bolts. So instead, I have to compensate with just getting as much ammo as I possibly can. See, there is good news. Even though I never plan to get an Ava's accumulator on this account, because I don't think it's worth the tiles, there is a second option, and that's the ranging cape. The cape acts as an accumulator, so that's pretty much what I'm going for, I guess. I think it's probably for the best if I at least leave myself 10k, because then I can actually use charter ships and stuff, but that's 10k left over, and 50,000 bone bolts are now in my possession. That's an insane amount of ammo. I have 42 range right now, and I want to hopefully be past 70 by the end of this video. So you're probably wondering what now. I have some loose goals currently, but I honestly need more time to figure it out. So what we're gonna do, I still have 200 nature ins right now. We're gonna go over back to the maple trees and just fletch them until I'm out of nature ins and try to rebuild the cash stack a bit. I've been waiting for the poll results for XP scaling, so I actually couldn't play for the last couple days, and I also wanted to think about it myself for a while too. I'm sure I've explained it by now, but I'm having a ton of fun just playing the challenge as is, and I'm already doing a lot to challenge the pacing aside from XP scaling, and I don't mind revisiting some kind of twist later on in the series. While I've been fletching, I've been thinking about how I want to use all 50,000 of these bolts that I just bought, and it looks like we're gonna want to unlock a new continent. Sand crabs are an amazing training spot. You can kind of just sit there for 10 minutes and unload onto defenseless, high HP crabs, so it's amazing for training. The only problem is getting there seems pretty difficult. I think just about the only viable option here is this house portal. If I could get my house into Korend, I could teleport to house and skip this entire walk from the dock to the beaches, which is extremely long. We're talking hundreds of tiles. 25 construction is what I'd need. That gets me a teleport right straight to the center of the Hosidius area. It actually unlocks a lot of different things for me. If I get this construction level and ultimately this teleport, I basically just have a hub here that I can branch off from and do multiple different activities. I can get access to the Fourth Roast Dungeon from here, Sand Crabs most importantly, Tithe Farm, the Hosidius Markets. This seems like an absolute no-brainer, and all I need to do it is 25 construction. So that is definitely what we're going to focus on. All I need to do right now is finish off these nature runes, get fletching out of the way, get some money back, and we can be on our way. 300 bows deep, we get our first fletching level from Maple Logs. I'm up on the last longbow, and I am out of nature runes. I am entirely done with this. So, you know what, 46k, we got the cash tag back to an acceptable level. I might as well just, I guess, cut another inventory of these and then go sell them to the general store, and we might end up with close to 50k. Go sell these longbows because we have some construction to start training, which actually just in time, I'm probably going to need some money for construction. So pretty solid fletching and woodcutting progress, and solid GP as well. So to begin construction training, I first need to actually buy a house, and I can do that in multiple different locations. In fact, we have the estate agent right here next to the Varrock Church, and we have a much closer one here in Falador. But I'm also still gonna need a saw if I want to train any construction, and the Varrock estate agent has a saw in his house, so I feel like it might be a better call to go to the Varrock estate agent, get the saw that's already in this building. Getting close to that Varrock estate agent also gets me closer to the Varrock Museum, the Varrock Sewer, and multiple different quest steps. So we're just gonna walk it all the way down from here, and this should be, well, actually, I don't even know if I have enough tiles for this. I think it might be cutting it close. All right, we are gonna be able to grab this thing with a couple tiles left over, and we're gonna need to talk to this guy and ask him for a house. It's only gonna cost 1,000 coins, which is not bad at all. So here's the thing. I have my saw, I have my hammer, but I also have 5 tiles. I still have a bunch of stuff to unlock before I even think about training construction, so it looks like we're gonna go over and do some tile collection before we do any of this. Oh my god, I can actually do this one. This is the first easy clue step I have ever been able to do. We completed a beginner clue. I honestly don't know if I can complete an easy clue, but I will try. I think we're back in good condition. I am at 88 tiles after doing some fletching, some fishing, some cooking. We are off to the Shanty Pass. It's been a while, of course. Bronze nails kind of suck, I'm not gonna lie, but if I can make enough of them, it doesn't really matter, and the only way to do that is to go to Shanty Pass, get the bronze bars, and kind of do a repeat of our arrow tip grind from a couple episodes ago, and just make nails instead. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. 10 bronze bars in every single world right now, so I'm actually glad I did that. Let's go make these into some bronze nails, and then we'll go give that easy clue a shot. I should really only have to do like a couple trips of this, because I'm gonna get like 300 nails per inventory here. I think I need probably 1,000 to get 25 construction, so. Alright, I am itching to see if I can actually complete this clue, so which boxes? These boxes. We've got another step. Oh my god, it's Barbarian Village. No way! Can I actually complete this? Oh, that would be so cool. So I do have to unlock some tiles to get over to that chest, but you know what? There's also a spinning wheel in this hut, though. It's not all for nothing. Alright, let's see it. No way! It's a 2-step easy clue. That's so sick. We want an amulet of power tea from this. That would be legendary, because I don't have an amulet right now. Okay, that is not what I was looking for, but you know what? Bob shirt, okay, a lot of people probably want this actually. I think it's either an elite step or a master clue step. I definitely don't have that many easy steps unlocked, and the fact that it was a 2-step clue is pretty damn rare on its own, so. 48 to store this thing. If I wanted to store this Bob shirt in my house, I would need 48 construction. That's a bit too far for me. I have like maybe 10% of the GP it would take me to get 48 construction, so unfortunately, the Bob shirt is going. It was just cool to complete a clue scroll, honestly. Is that another tile man? It is. Like, pretty much every single world that I've hopped in Lumbridge, I find a new tile man. It has taken the RuneScape world by storm. Anyway, this is gonna be my final inventory. I'm almost done here, and I'm pretty sure this should be enough to get to 25 construction. Bronze nails are really bad. That's the only thing I'm worried about. And we'll get our saw back. Thank you very much, sir. So the method I've drummed up for construction is a little bit unusual, you could say. And it involves unlocking a new city, actually. We're going over to, well, okay, it's not a city. It's actually like a very rundown little village. But this place is going to be really useful in the future. But it also houses my construction training method. So this is also right next to the fishing trawler. So I have just unlocked a brand new minigame teleport. It's nice to have that unlocked. But what we're after is these planks, and this is one of a couple plank spawns in the game. I'm gonna say it's probably worth it to get both plank spawns unlocked, so I'm gonna do exactly that. So I honestly don't see this as expending that many tiles on this method, because we are gonna be reusing a lot of these tiles to get over to Yanil, and we just unlocked the fishing trawler minigame, so I've kind of just been trying to think of methods like this, where the tiles will be super useful in the future, and therefore it doesn't really count as using X amount of tiles to train construction. It's gonna be pretty slow, that is for sure. It's gonna be a super slow method because it involves a lot of world hopping, and we're using bronze nails, but ultimately we're only going for 25, which is like 9,000 XP, and we'll grab this plank, and we've got our full inventory, so let's do our first ever teleport to house. Home sweets. Oh, what are these tiles? What is going on? The plugin, it looks like the plugin is breaking in here, actually, because I don't know what these two tiles are. Should I just clear these? And it is in the rules that all instances have to be unlocked, so we are treating this as any other instance. All the tiles that I step on in here have to be unlocked, so we're just gonna go with it. We're not using that many nails. 3 construction, what's up? Clay fireplace. And there's 6 construction on the very first trip. 7 construction, 8, 9, 10 construction, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 construction, and there's 20 construction, 5 levels to go. My last wooden chair for 25 construction, I actually kind of nailed the amount of nails I needed for this. Got 60 left over, and we got the level we were looking for. We can now build a skill hall, which not interested in. Literally the only reason I did this was to move my house to Karen. Let's use these final 3 planks, and let's head over there. Okay, slight problem. It will not let me do this. I don't know why. Is it because I've never been in Zaya? I feel like that might be it. I have to look this up. Okay, so from what I've gathered, it looks like I do have to step into Zaya before I can move my house to the Hosidius area. So the real estate agent has never heard of this continent, so apparently I have to tell him about it, but I can't tell him about it if I've never been there, so I have to step foot on the dock, and I should be good after that. I have tiles near the food store, so I think it's probably going to be like 70 tiles north to the Great Karen ship. I'm going to go work on my thieving right now. I am in need of tiles once again, and one of my grinds in the near future is going to be getting 57 thieving. I'll explain that when I get closer to it, but right now I just want to make progress towards a higher thieving level, so I might as well while I still need tiles. 35 thieving. Kind of stuck with the bakery stall until like 40 thieving, and even then my XP is not really going to go up meaningfully. I'm drinking water right now. 36, 37 thieving. The big 40, 40 thieving. I could pickpocket guards now for slightly better XP. I actually don't even know if it's better XP than the bakery stall, I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty sure it's probably the same. So it's about 20 tiles gained from that thieving grind. I think that's enough for now. Alright, let's see how far 60 tiles can take us to our goal. I'm gonna pass the seagull murder, which, you know what, this is actually not like a waste at all, because I mean, obviously it's not a waste in general. I do want to get to Zaya, but I will have to go in Trana for Lost City, which I am gonna do sometime in the near future, so close, so incredibly close. What, like 7 more? Yeah. I know we're probably tired of the fishing and cooking by now, but this is like the last time I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I'm not really gonna have to do this anymore. Once I get access to sand crabs, I'm actually gonna be collecting tiles for quite a while, because I have a massive goal once I unlock sand crabs. Like, no one's here for the party, but that's 68 cooking. Beautiful. I need you guys to take this in, take a deep breath, because this may be the last time you see this account caging lobsters. All right, this could be an iconic moment, an end of an era for the account, but it's been a good one. We're about to train range for a very long time. I have 50,000 bolts to use. This was the last push of tiles I really needed to make that happen, so let's go do it. Look, man, I see that you're passionate about me visiting Great Karen, but I'm literally just, I plan to step on 1 tile and then leave. I hope you understand that. We got a music track. That should be enough, I'm hoping. Please be there. Yes! Okay, move my house to Hosidius. Thank you very so much, my friend. And we get to go to the beautiful house portal of Hosidius. We have unlocked a really nice hub here for a bunch of different Karen activities, so I'm super happy that we were able to do this. Just scouting the surroundings here. We have a mine, we have an altar. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna use the shortest path plugin here just to demonstrate for you guys, because I didn't even use it when I first talked about it. So we're gonna use it to get to the beach, and you guys can see this optimal path generation. Oh, I had just enough tiles to get here. No way, that's perfect. This is my first proper training spot on the account. like actual training spot, you know? It just feels so good to actually be able to hit things with low defense and high HP, where I don't have to click on a new target after every second. I'm gonna unlock the tiles that the actual crabs are under because I am gonna want to loot the caskets. That's one thing I'm after here. Sand crabs drop caskets, and there's a good chance that I can get a sapphire from one of those caskets, and I feel like that's gonna be a good excuse to make a games necklace once I get one of those. So I want to be picking up all caskets that I get from these guys. Also, while I'm at it, I'm actually gonna teleport to Lumbridge real quick because I want to make it so that my ammo goes straight back into my quiver if I pick it up. Can you toggle my ammo to equip when I pick it up? That's what you want to click. And there we go. So let's talk business. I am trying to use all 50,000 of my bone bolts here. All of the ammo that I bought, I want to use it in one session. This is obviously going to take a long time. I'm going to be here for probably over a week straight just using bolts. There's two main benefits of doing this, of course. My range is going to get ridiculously strong, and I'm going to be collecting a lot of tiles, and I mean a lot. I'm gonna have more tiles at the end of this grind than I've ever had on the account. That is a fact. But the unfortunate truth is, it might not be enough. I'm predicting I'm probably gonna have around 15 to 1600 tiles by the end of this week, just from non-stop AFKing all day, every single day for 7 days straight. What if I told you that's not even enough for what I want to do? After this training session, I have my sights set on one quest. Fairy Tale Part 1. It unlocks fairy rings, which are an incredible method of transportation. There are 46 different fairy rings that can take you all around the game to various niche locations, and some not so niche. Unlocking fairy rings pretty much means unlocking the rest of the skills that I still haven't trained. It gives me the versatility to go to some locations that I would never go to normally. But just off some rough math, to complete Fairy Tale Part 1 and unlock fairy rings, it's gonna take over 2,000 tiles. For one quest and its requirements, 2,000 tiles. So I'm gonna be tile rich after this grind, and then I'm gonna go straight back to being tile poor. But first we have to make that happen, so I'll see you in a week. There's 55 range, moving up. Barely made a dent in these bolts though, and I haven't even really been picking them up either. Quick update, because it's pretty clean. 60 range and 300 tiles, and pretty much exactly 40,000 bolts left. My first skill with a 7 in front of it. 70 range done. Damn, that looks good. I have been patiently waiting to do this for far too long. Let's start to open some of these. Hey, sapphire, there we go. That's pretty much what we were looking for, but we might as well get more crafting XP while we're at it and potentially finish a crystal key. Only one half of a crystal key, unfortunately, but honestly, this will be some solid crafting XP, so not too bad. 75 range. I think today is actually day 6 or 7 today. Haven't really been keeping perfect track, I guess, but that is my goal level for this entire grind. Looks like I'm probably going to be able to get 76. I was recently picking up bolts just to see how far I could push this, but I think we'll call it here at 76 range. 1,700 tiles stored in the tile bank, which still won't be enough for Fairy Tale Part 1, I'm pretty sure. It could actually be pretty far off depending on how lucky we get during that quest. But I think one way or another, this grind has absolutely catapulted the account. I want to say I was pretty close to 60 combat when I started this, and I'm ending it at 70, so pretty damn solid progress in that department. I might actually be able to get that combat level a little higher because I'm still editing a video currently, and I need something AFK to do, so I think I'll just try to get 50 attack and defense while I'm still here, and we'll end it off there. Okay, mission accomplished. 50 attack, strength, and defense. Absolutely cannot be denied how amazing the stat page looks now with all these combat stats up. Our stats are looking good. Our tile bank is looking good. There's only one answer. I think it's time we blow all 2,000 of these tiles on one single quest. This is McTile, my brand new tile-restricted Ultimate Iron Man. I started with just a single tile, and every 1,000 XP I gain, I get to unlock a new one. I'm unlocking RuneScape one tile at a time. The goal? RuneScape's biggest challenge, the Inferno. In the last video, we bought a house and got 25 construction so we could unlock a new continent. We unlocked sand crabs and used all 50,000 bone bolts to get from 42 to 76 range. We now have nearly 1,900 tiles available, which we plan to use on one single quest in today's episode. The goal is to complete Fairy Tale Part 1 and unlock fairy rings. No. We're not doing this again. My favorite game is Raid Shadow Legends. Dude, I'm about to do a quest. Can we reschedule or something? Raid Shadow Legends just celebrated its 3rd anniversary as one of the top RPG games out there. And I want to show you 3 of my favorite places to play Raid. Okay. Number 1, the park. Number 2, the bathtub. Number 3, the back of a police cruiser. Alright. Raid has got a lot going on. There's a brand new event for the summer solstice called the Path of Light. There's some awesome new champions coming out and a set of skins for the amazing Trunda Guilt Mallet. Okay. But there's more. Raid's running a special Deliana chase event where you can get your hands on the amazing Deliana, a brand new legendary champ from the High Elves faction. All you gotta do is log in and play Raid for 7 days between now and July 20th, and you'll get Deliana for free. This is the best time to play Raid. If you click my link in the description or scan the QR code here on screen, you'll get bonuses worth $30. We're talking a free epic champ, Vergis, 200k silver, an energy refill, XP boost, and ancient shard. All this treasure will be waiting for you here. It's just that easy. And for all new players, enter promo code MyDeliana to get your hands on everything, along with 50 XP brews and tons of silver. You're gonna play Raid, right? Yeah. A lot on the agenda today. I gotta talk to Martin the Master Gardener and Drainer Square to even start Fairy Tale Part 1, and we also have some pretty solid quest requirements on this. By that I mean they're pretty brutal tile-wise. Both Lost City and Nature Spirit cost quite a lot of tiles because they take you pretty damn far around the game, but they unlock some pretty awesome stuff individually. You can also see the quest recommends 30 farming. That is not a requirement, but I'm not going to completely ignore it. I would love to start working on farming while we get all the other requirements for the quest, and starting the quest gets us to our first real seed method. So walking over to Drainer Square, I'll have access to not only the Master Farmer, but also the entire seed stall with Olivia. So I'm just going to buy some basic seeds there, and we're going to start working on farming, because it's very passive, and I can probably get a decent farming level by the time I actually need to do anything farming related in the quest. We are finally making use of the tile stockpile from 7.5 days of arranging sand crabs. We are probably going to run out of tiles by the end of this questing journey, but for now I'm going to enjoy it. Pleasant potato and onion seeds. I believe onions are 5. Yeah, onions are level 5, but I mean, I might as well stock them up. I should get 5 pretty quickly, so I'll farm potatoes for the time being. Now that we have the seeds, I'm gonna buy a chisel because we got so many gems from that sand crab grind. Ultimately, these are just some crafting XP, but I do want to keep 1 sapphire on me for a future games necklace. I can spare the 1 inventory spot for now. Let's go start our farming journey. I'm really excited to farm for the first time on this account. So right here is where I'm gonna be able to buy pineapples for super compost. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna unlock a straight line from here pretty much straight to the compost bin so that I can have like a really streamlined method of getting a ton of super compost. There's compost and there's super compost. Super compost is so much better. It's also really good early XP to be making super compost. So we have access to the compost bin and we have access to both allotment patches now. Oh, we definitely want to unlock the tool leprechaun as well. I completely forgot. We're gonna want to store our tools. We have already used almost 100 tiles from our sand crab grind and we haven't really even started anything. I'm gonna need to unlock the farming shop. I don't think just having access to the farmer is enough because they can sell things but not everything. I'm just gonna buy all the essentials, of course, a gardening trowel as well, watering can. I am just gonna buy a ton of compost to start off with because I'm not gonna be able to use super compost all the way through. I did not realize how expensive that was gonna be. Oops. Rake our very first farming patch. This is riveting content. Holy. 4 farming XP, let's go. Didn't get a single farming level from raking, composting, and planting. 3 XP away. Farming is going to be pretty integral later on. Right now, we're just kind of laying the foundation. We're getting the baby steps down. You can't make super compost out of just anything. It has to be specific fruits or vegetables. So pineapples are one of those things that you can make super compost with, and you can buy them so easily at this charter. And we are now making super compost, and this actually gives 8 XP per super compost bucket, and you get 15 to farming. 5 potatoes? Okay, I mean, maybe I'm expecting a little too much for my farming level. Well, 5 potatoes is better than 0. This patch died, so free farming. It's time to do Priest in Peril, which gets us access to Mauritania. Let's go over to Varrock Palace. We've got some tiles to unlock. We're gonna need to enter Mauritania in order to do Nature Spirit Spirit, which I do actually need for Fairy Tale Part 1, so this is a prerequisite to a prerequisite, and this will definitely cost quite a lot of tiles. Okay, Priest Imperial